I think we're live again. This is Speed at the bottom of the helix. Tonight, we're going to do something completely different. We're going to see something that you have never seen before. So, since it's going to be so awesome, I'm going to keep the introduction really, really short and tell you that our next presenter, if you don't know him, you probably also don't know John Hancock. Mr. Art Fahey from Bar Mills.
Hi, my name is Artie Fahey, and I'm appearing from Bar Mills, Maine. Bar Mills is an actual place. We have questions about that on a regular basis. We're actually in my sunny basement, and I'm being assisted by Len Lednam holding the camera, as well as my beautiful wife Nancy, who is helping monitor these questions. Now, I give clinics on a regular basis. As a matter of fact, I was supposed to travel to St. Louis this year to give clinics out there with Jack Ellis, who was on Monday night giving his clinic on something called The Last 2 Inches. Jack is a fine modeler, and we normally team up. But of course, this year with what's been going on, we had to cancel that whole thing. Actually, we were not the cancelers, but the NMRA being canceled, this opportunity here came up, and the guys asked if we would possibly do something of a presentation. Now, truth be told, normally when we give a presentation, it's using a PowerPoint presentation. It's slides, there's some text on the slides. It's timed, and it's a kind of a formal thing. And of course, there are smiling faces coming back at us, sometimes even sleeping faces coming back at us in the clinic room. This time around, we're going to have an opportunity to do something in Pearl Creek. Bar Mills came about because or the egg, but where I learned concepts all happened on this layout behind me. Now, before we get started, I do have to mention that we lost a very decent guy who I had a chance to speak to a couple times on and off. And I know many of you have heard his name, and that was Leo Paletti. And it's only right that I mention him because he just passed away a few days ago. And he was a great supporter of the hobby. And just like we do here, we're trying to do something to make it better. There was a comment recently in one of these clinics, and someone said or asked if this was the golden age of model railroading. And I have to tell you, it is. I'm 73 years old. I grew up in the 50s and 60s, and most of my model railroading was done in the 60s, in the time of John Allen and Whit Towers and legendary people like that. And of course, there was no internet. There was no exchange of ideas. There were magazines back then, anything from model railroader to railroad model craftsman. And this is how many of us learned our hobbies. That in Boy Scouts, we had Lone Eagle Paint at the on the Boy Scout bulletin. So there were always kinds of things going on to promote the hobby. And of course, are we okay? If we are back, our big social contacts back then were hobby shops because there used to be a lot of them, but that's not so much the way it is today. When you build a model railroad, it all starts in the same place. It starts between your ears. And what we're going to do is take an in-depth look at my own layout. And it's kind of funny because this is going to be impromptu. There are so many things that I should mention in a clinic, but I don't because I'm not looking at the layout. I'm looking at photos that I've shot specifically for a clinic. So this time we're going to take a walk around the layout. But before we do that, I know there are new guys out there, and I know there are guys that are very well seasoned out there. And I hope the heck that you get on and interfere and say something and ask a question because we're going to do our best to answer anything on your mind live. Now, I know Pat Buffalino, for instance, from Long Island is on, and Pat is a member of the Long Island Model Railroad Engineers, and I originally grew up on Long Island before we moved to Bar Mills in 1998. Um, this layout that you see behind me, believe it or not, as large as it looks, it's I hate to say it's an N scale because the scale shouldn't matter. It could be an HO or O scale or even S scale. The thing of it is, this layout all stemmed from a modular railroad. It started with an N track layout. It could have been a hot track layout. And of course, the O scale guys and S scale guys jump in on that as well. And it started out as a what in N scale you would have as a 3 foot corner. And it grew. I added one module after another, finally getting away from the N track standards in this case to build what you see behind me. So if you don't have a lot of room and you still want to get into modeling, you do not have to have a lot of space. Uh, a lot of what's going on is really very much a product of just an expanded mindset as you learn things. So keep in mind that the people that make the most money out of model railroading, the ones that really rake it in, are not the kit builders or the manufacturers that make locomotives or track. It's the guys that sell your plywood. It's Home Depot. So keep in mind that when you start the hobby, you're going to be Home Depot's best friend. And sooner or later, if you see it through, one of us will get to you as well, because at that point, you'll be looking for some help with us. Now, I want to mention a few that, like you see here with the Niagara and Pearl Creek, is that you must have enough aisle space. It's critical that you do that. We have anything from 6 to 7 foot of aisle space, but sometimes, well, I don't know, about 3 foot. If you cannot enjoy the hobby and share the hobby, let me put it that way. If you cannot share the hobby, you cannot truly enjoy the hobby. Most of what we do is a very private experience, and we do these things together. Many of us exist on building nothing but scale dioramas, especially true of structure builders. Others of us put down plywood, run trains around, and are very happy just watching them run around, even if it's just in a circle. There are so many different aspects to this hobby. What we're looking at here is a layout that's built to about 40 inches in height. It's built in N scale. It has plenty of floor space, very critical. And of course, you see behind me the clouds. Now, the clouds are actually the backside of a piece of linoleum that I got at Home Depot. When I bought the linoleum, the question was, what style, what pattern do you want? And my answer was, I just want the cheapest linoleum. And it ended up being the walls in the back of this layout that you see here. By the way, the walls are backlit with lights above a valance that we have right here. It's a very big deal to have proper lighting, and taking care of the sky is not something you want to put off too long. Now, if you're running an around the room layout like we are here, the sky pretty much the first thing you do. If you're running an island layout, typically when I was growing up, a 4 foot by 8 foot layout that would be very, very common. I think today we've moved more in the direction of taking that kind of a layout and putting a scenic divider in the middle of it, so we can present different views on either side of the divider. It's a great way to expand your modeling capabilities, featuring, say, an urban scene on one side of a scenic divider and a rural scene on the other. Um, when it comes right down to it, this is all about conceptualism. Interested, and we're going to take a look around the railroad because there are so many little things that I've done that until I look at them, I forget that I've even done them. Now, Lenny, if you could, I have the spatula here, and I like this because it has a white end, and nothing I modeled is white. So this should be pretty easy. Now there'll be a little bit of camera shake going on as Lenny pans with me to try to keep up. But one of the first things I wanted to show you is my foliage, because foliage is something that we all use, and many of us use commercial sources, anything from Woodland Scenics to Scenic Express, to any kind of commercial products that are out there. It can get very expensive to do a railroad and have a convincing scene of any kind of real wooded area. A lot of folks would call it a canopy, a wooded canopy. I kind of got away cheap on that because even though I'm an N scale, I was able to find some small weeds growing on the side of the road, especially in the spring when they were dormant and dead from the previous year. And I was able to turn them into trees. My total expense of putting trees on this layout was pretty much nothing. And this here is what they look like. Lenny, can you bring this over here? These are all natural growth, either dried flowers or weeds. And you can see that they still have spring in them. And understand that this railroad was started in 1991. So we're talking almost 30 years and they still look like this. Now, my idea was to bring some color to the scene. So I modeled early autumn in New England. The railroad is called the Niagara and Pearl Creek. Niagara would be the Niagara area of New York State. And I looked at a map of New York State and I came up with a small town called Pearl Creek, which to me sounded very picturesque. So it ended up being the Niagara and Pearl Creek Railroad. But you can see one after the other, the trees are very flexible, very, very fine, and do not necessarily block what's behind them. You can see through them. And that's a very key thing. A lot of you guys, I know you rely upon ground foam for making trees. The problem is ground foam is a very dense scenic block, where here you can actually enjoy the trains running behind the scene without being totally blocked out of view. One thing about these that's kind of a special little story. Lenny, I'd like you to walk over and just go in this direction here. Okay. As Lenny pans around, you'll see more and more trees in this area of the layout. Now, these trees here, and there must be 150 of them, were planted in the winter because that's when I did most of my modeling, like most of you. And come the spring, I had realized they were growing. Now, it seemed pretty amazing that my trees were growing. Well, my situation was I was in a basement that had an attached laundry room. And of course, that meant humidity. And of course, being in a basement, by the nature of a basement, it was dark. So between the humidity and the heat, I was actually growing fungus on these plants. Now, keep in mind, these were live cut flowers and weeds. So these are organic, and we don't tend to think of it. Here again, if you can see it on your on in this photo, you'll see there's a lot of smattering of different colors that I added to bring visual interest to the scene. What happened was these trees were actually growing. I was tickled pink. I couldn't figure out how really active materials that stayed organically active even after they were planted on the railroad. My solution was to grab some Lysol spray and spray the whole area. And in which case, at that point, the fungus that was growing all of a sudden, instead of being puffy, all of a sudden got wet and drooped down. So now I ended up with a kind of a version of the bayou where all the fungus was hanging down. And what I ended up doing was ripping up all of the trees and replanting them. The next time I planted the trees, which is what you're seeing here, I used some Lysol disinfectant spray. I used the smell of pine. What the heck? Might as well bring some outdoor smells to the railroad. And I primed these, if you want to use that word, with Lysol spray. And since then, they have never grown anything again. So yes, I love organic materials. Yes, it's dirt cheap. Yes, I think it looks great, and we have thousands of trees literally on this railroad. But the thing of it is, remember, these are live things and will continue to stay alive, especially if you have enough moisture and heat. And we have that, and that is not uncommon in many basements. So please keep that in mind. So just a little story there. In this case, we're going to ask Lenny to pan very slowly to his right because we do want to keep the phone as still as possible. Now, as he pans to the right, we have what I call Amherst, which is the biggest city on the railroad. And this was very heavily inspired by the work of my late friend Earl Smallshaw, as well as George Sellios. It was an important thing to try to do something different. And although cities are very common today, 30 years ago, especially in N scale, this was quite a bit of an adventure. If you'll notice, all of the buildings here are positioned in certain ways to feature their geometric shape. You might say they are architecture, but the big thing, the way I saw it, was to have something that was tall, something with a peach roof, something that was a little bit different and squattier, and then play it all the way back in the scene. The most detail, as we all know, always happens on the very front of a model railroad. And as you go back, the detail lessens and lessens and lessens. And of course, the colors also get less vibrant. What we've done here is basically painted fairly vibrant colors in the front, but not too vibrant, where in the back buildings, after they were painted, they were lightly misted with gray paint to kill the color to some extent and lower the contrast. Because in real life, you wouldn't have the visual impact on a distant building that you would have something right in front of your face. One of the things about these buildings was I was trying to create a vanishing point. Now, we all know a vanishing point. You have this area here, and everything emanates out from it. And that's how you get what you call forced perspective. The question is, how can you get forced perspective? When you buy a structure kit, 99, well, I'd say 100% of the time, you're dealing with many 90-degree corners. Now, they could be put together in any kind of configuration, but corners are at 90 degrees. This was a model power structure that I built up. This was a Walters kit that I built up and changed somewhat. While we have a peaked roof here, we have a flat roof here. The idea was not to be concerned so much with the theming of this building or this building or this building, but how do they sit next to each other geometrically? Do they give you a visually interesting line of sight, something that you're going to want to look at and explore as much as you can? And now these are basic things that I discovered by simply sitting in the basement here and thinking. I did a lot more visualizing in the basement before when I was building this layout than actually building the railroad. The thing was to get it into my head what was going to happen next. So when it came time to build the scene, it was all set. Now, I will say that I have never replaced a building or a vehicle or even a figure on any parts of the layout that I've done because I build in sections. I do not put one building here and then one building 5 foot away. What I do is I tend to build in small areas, much like you would if you were building a diorama. But I was doing dioramas, and every time I did a section, I'd walk it down to where that section ended and start another 2 feet or 3 feet, um, depending upon how quickly I was getting things done. Now, what I can show you here very simply is that, and Lenny, I don't know if you can do this, but it would be good if you could look in down this alley here. So give us a second to move the camera.
There's two questions. Where did you get your ideas for kit buildings? And the other one's where are the different, this is from Pat, the different scale kits in the city.
Now, what we're looking at here is the main street in Amherst, and you look down, and there are certain things that may not strike you as being not quite normal. That's because we are trying to make it look deeper than it is and disappear into the back. Now, what we've done here, among other things, is we've taken certain buildings. This one is glued down. I made that many years ago. By the way, the surrounded wall here was actually cast in an RTV mold. And before the RTV hardened, I took this wall and I bent it around a can of spray paint to get that shape. But you will see, and I'm going to remove something here. This is a foreground building here, and it goes over the tracks. But if you'll notice, the building may or may not look fine to you. But if you look at the top of it, look at the shape of it. What I did was build in a perspective view. So when you're looking at the building, even though it looks normal and square from an average to the average viewer, if you were to study it, you would see that's not the case at all. This building here does not come up, but here's a building. Well, I hesitate to take that one out, but here's a building up front here, and here again. And if you notice, there's no back on many of these buildings. There's no reason to have them. You can see where this sits. This goes around and introduces your eye into the scene that you're looking at. The whole idea is to have people look and study what you are doing. One of the things that makes a scene like this work, are things like signage, period signage especially. This is one of the early Bar Mills kits. One of the very first things we ever did was the A&P sign, as well as the Silver Cup sign and the Union Station sign. But all of these colorful reminders of the past help you delineate exactly what era you are modeling in. In this case, I model in the 1950s era. Being born in 1947, it's the comfortable era for me in my memory as a child. Um, Here again, the whole idea is to walk you into the scene, in into the back and between the buildings. Now, understand that the streets between the buildings are only about an inch or even a half inch wide, but the viewer cannot tell that from casually looking at eye level through the scene. As we pan slowly to the right of the scene, you will see here again many, many more buildings. Now, these are commercial buildings. These are made out of plastic. Remember back in the early 90s when I started this, there wasn't really very much at all available in N scale as far as craftsman kits went. And what I had to do was come up with ideas to come up with my own patterns and so on to do this. Sometimes I would be inspired by magazine articles. Sometimes I would simply stop the car, especially in a populated area. And in this case, I spent some time in Long Island City in Queens, and I would remember the industrial end of that neighborhood, and I would try to emulate that. Here again, most of the detail is in the foreground scenes, and the background scenes were not as colorful. Also, if you'll notice that, although not prevalent in this part of the railroad, the buildings and structures towards the tracks are always better detailed, often made of wood, because wooden structures would often be near the tracks simply because railroad real estate was cheap and the buildings next to the railroads were cheap as well, as opposed to the bigger industrial buildings that you see in this end of the railroad. Now, we had a question from Pat Buffalino, and he wanted to know if we only use N-scale buildings because this is an N-scale layout. Well, the fact of it is, we mix buildings up. We have some some HO scale buildings on here, and even buildings that are smaller than Z scale. For instance, we love the big buildings like this one over here. But the problem with this is it's HO scale. The same could be said for this building in the back. Now, if you notice the windows on these buildings, both this one and the other one, are similar because we only use parts of the building. We do not model the building on all four sides. By changing the colors and the signage, we can make an HO scale building look, in this case, like an N scale building. While you may or may not realize it, the brickwork on an N scale building is fairly much identical in size to the brickwork on an HO scale commercial plastic kit. So in that case, we are in good shape. Now, sometimes you'll get a building that is so big, and it's going to be a little more difficult to convince people that that it's in your scale. Such is the case, we have something called the Orange Belt Transfer Building. And now when I pick this structure up, you'll see at the bottom of it doesn't even have doors. There's just no reason to have doors down there because you don't see them. And I actually have built a shelf along the wall to stack these buildings on top of. But this is an HO scale building. You can see the difference in size, how large they are. But by putting it in the background and grabbing some N scale details, and here's an N scale wall, and of course a sign which really does not have any scale, I'm able to put it in the back of the layout in a convincing way that you'd never know what scale the building was in. It's a little bit of visual trickery that can open up a lot of modeling possibilities for you. Don't be afraid to mix scales. We also had someone ask, where do we get the inspiration for our kits, Bar Mills kits? Well, I'll tell you the truth. The one kit I don't use much on my layout is the Bar Mill Scale Models kit. People laugh when I'm kind of honest about that, because I'm so busy trying to be creative with the help of Jack Ellis and Jim Mooney, our engineer, that I don't want different thing. I do get ideas from everything and from every place and from photos. If any of you are familiar, there's a website that I know some of you know called Shorpy. It's spelled S like Sam, H like Harry, O, R like Robert, P like Peter, Y like Yolanda. If you go to Shorpy, I very, very highly recommend going to that website. It is full of incredible historical photos with all kinds of scenes and of course people and what they did for a living back when these photos were taken. And you can get very, very easily influenced by what you can see simply by looking carefully through history. So when it comes to how do we come up with ideas, basically what I will do is I will look at a building, and I've done it on here as well, by the way. I would look at a building when I'm driving down the street, and the building may not have any specific characteristics that I feel are worth modeling, but it may have an unusual freight door. And I'll take a picture of the freight door because next time I want to put together a building that would serve roughly in the same function that is maybe a little boring, I can reach into my backlog of little ideas that I've run across and maybe utilize a far more interesting freight door in that building. It's just a matter of being observant. These things are all around us, especially in New England, where we don't tend to rip things down as quickly as would happen in an area like, say, Long Island down in New York, where things tend to be kept very, very new relative to, say, the New England area. We're going to walk down the tracks just a little bit. And as a matter of fact, right here, Lenny, if you can bring the camera down just to here. One of my tricks that I had written an article on this many years ago. And if you'll notice that the edge of the layout goes up and in. We feather it just like this. The reason for that is if you have a camera and you're shooting a scene, how many times have you shot the end of a piece of plywood? Because the railroad is basically plywood. You shoot right there, and then you have a problem convincing anybody that that is a real scene, because what real scene has plywood? As a matter of fact, if we shift just to the right, you can see this area ends, and here is a piece of plywood. This is a very difficult building to photograph because you have to get under it, and somehow this is always going to be in the way. So as we slowly shift even more to the right, the full 90 degrees, I started doing a clinic a while back, actually a magazine article for one of the magazines, and this explains how I handle this. This is one of my secrets that I really, really enjoy sharing. What I did was I took a piece of 1x2 and I dropped it about an inch down from the top of my plywood, about an inch. And then, of course, I painted it green because it's actually like a very dark green. So it matched my fascia. My fascia, by the way, is 8 inches. It's always 8 inches. I don't like using something too narrow. Using Sculptamold, I was able to build up this area. All of a sudden, instead of bumping into this and maybe into this in a scene, you're able to actually photograph into the scene. Now, it serves a couple of purposes having this little lip here. One purpose is it just looks great. But the other purpose is now you see the space under here? I have a void of about, an inch, inch and a half. This is the perfect place to hang your digital controllers, whether using NCE or Digitrax, whatever, because it keeps them tucked away just a little bit. And it looks like kind of an advanced carpentry kind of a skill, but it could not be easier. As a matter of fact, as you look even more, as we head right very slowly, you'll see where this paint here actually stopped right over here, where I did not finish this end of the railroad yet. So it goes from just a strip of wood to a painted strip of wood. And as we continue slowly to the left, Sculptamold, some ground foam, and all of a sudden you can walk into the scene with your camera and get wonderful shots and without having to worry about catching a piece of plywood in your work. Very, very basic things, but something that to me has made a very, very big difference in my approach to model building. And you can install this kind of an attitude any place on your layout. Even if you have a layout that's fairly well done, I can guarantee you have one more inch that you can spare to do something like this. And you'd be amazed what you can do. There's also the alternative. If you're going along this way to my left, you will see where I've actually cut out a piece of the 1x8 and installed, I forget what that's called, but I installed a drainage system right there. The whole idea here again is it doesn't take up any space on your layout, but adds a lot of visual interest. Now, one of the things that we all kind of get stuck with, and I have to be careful with this when we're doing Bar Mills scale models, is that I was doing magazine reviews back in the 90s for N-Scale magazine. And I got this little this little garage, and I got it from Blair Line. Now, it's not much of a kit. It was a cheap kit, and it really didn't speak to me the way I would normally like to do something a little bit more elaborate. But I picked this thing up and I put it together. I posed it with the doors open to give it more visual interest. And I actually took the building when it was done and I actually sat on my thumb. That's how small that building was, how insignificant that building was. And I'm looking at it and going, why did I bother? And then I realized that when I sat that building down, and this is exactly where it was, and I put it next to this building by Downtown Deco, all of a sudden this building here, which did not look particularly large, started to gain some real visual mass because this building made this one look big. And I came to the realization that without this doesn't look big. Without this has no relative size either, and you don't realize how small it is. The thing of it was what to do with this scene. So I used some tires, which I cut in half, and I glued them in half tires. I painted white, and I made this into a little bit of a tire shop. Remember, without little, there is no big, as you see in the background. It's all relative. You must have both. It's a very important aspect of model railroading. It's inexpensive, easy to do, and adds so much realism to a scene. And that's something I do carry with me when I think of what to do with kits that Bar Mills produces. Now, we have to move slowly with the camera. We've been told that because of the digital delays and so on, we can't just move the camera quickly. And I know the guys in the NMRA are all going smiling and nodding their heads. Okay. So we're going to walk very slowly down towards the left side of the layout. Now, just so as you understand, the railroad itself is 26 feet long and 11 foot wide at its widest point. One of the things I did, because everything here was built in a module, one of the things I did was vary the depth of the modules as I built them. This is actually the deepest module, this area here called Pearl Creek, and this is 30 inches from the front to the back. I have other areas for scenery that are only 6 inches deep. Now, the question is, why only 6 inches? Because it gave me more of a modeling challenge, and that's something I always look forward to, trying different things, and the size constraints definitely came into play with that.
From Pat, you use Sculptamold versus plaster, so in one.
Now we had another question about Sculptamold, which I brought up before. Sculptamold is a product of a company called American Art Clay, and it's white. It comes in a plastic bag. I used to buy like big tubs of the stuff, and it was a lot cheaper. And the fact of it is, you take Sculptamold and you mix up. Well, I would use a soda bottle because it had a round bottom on it. I dumped Sculptamold in it, which was very powdery and light, and I'd add warm water. Then I'd stick my hands into it, and I would knead it like you were kneading meatloaf. And when it felt nice and workable, because it does get lumpy, you have to work at the lumps from the paper inside the product. It is a paper, and you push it where you want it to be. Now, unlike plaster typically, if you were using hydrocal or plaster, you normally would build some kind of a wire screen, build up some kind of a profile. Now, an N scale, it's not quite as necessary because the elevations are not nearly as steep. With Sculptamold, I was able to simply build up blobs of this stuff. Keep in mind that this stuff takes about 3 days to dry, so it's very workable. So you would place your Sculptamold where you want to put it. You would have handy some precast rocks and stones, typically out of hydrocal. I used to use the Woodland Scenic molds to cast my own stones. And after the Sculptamold was positioned into place, I would take a casting like this one here and simply press it in to the Sculptamold. And then the Sculptamold would hide it in place and hold it in place, pardon me, and I would just go around it with a knife and just blend it into the Sculptamold. Little by little, that's how all of these rocks here, you see these rocks here, all of these are Woodland Scenic molds that were pressed into Sculptamold. Now, I would give it a day or two to dry, because if you try to paint it, the paint is simply going to sink into the Sculptamold. And when I say paint, to be sure, I was using alcohol and India ink to darken the brilliant white Sculptamold to bring it to a more of a neutral gray before adding ground foam to it. Any color you see is actually hydrocal. What you don't see, is, and that's covered by the ground foam, is actually all Sculptamold, and the shape of Sculptamold I took care of as I went along. The other thing nice about Sculptamold is, unlike plaster, it's easy to take an ice pick or an awl and poke a hole in it, and it makes tree planting extremely easy. So Sculptamold is my go-to. I've been using it since the very beginning. One thing I've heard, I don't know if it's true, I have not had this happen, but with a damp basement, they say that silverfish, maybe you live in possibly Louisiana or something, that you may run into this. So you want to be somewhat cautious about this. So the idea is mix the Sculptamold, press it into place, have some rocks ready, press those into place. And it's great because you can do very sheer drops with this stuff. You can't do that with plaster. Plaster would be running all over the place. This, you just push it right in. And it could not be easier or more predictable. I've used this not only on this layout, but in our SN2 layout in the station at Barn Mills, on our display layout in the actual company building.
Do you ever mix paint with Sculptamold?
No, someone asked also if I ever mixed paint with Sculptamold. Is that possible? I guess anything's possible. I didn't, because my Sculptamold is basically used as a modeling agent. And by the way, when I first started using Sculptamold, I always wondered why they called it Sculpta anything, because it didn't sculpt very well. These days, it really does. You can actually carve beautiful rocks out of it. But back in the 90s, that wasn't the case. This is an interesting thing also. When you're building a layout, you've got to be cognizant of your curves. One thing that many of us, I know myself, are turned off by is the fact that you can see the engine on the train and the caboose on the train, and the engineer could be waving to the guy in the caboose because of our radiuses that we are forced into in this hobby. The hobby is a series of concessions. We have to have wide enough turns to run our equipment, but narrow enough turns to fit everything in our basements. If you'll notice, you have an SP Daylight here. Now, I don't model the SP, but my grandson Zachary, who I love dearly, he's 16 now, and he's been into the hobby since he's 4, loves the SP. And I break with protocol here, and I'm more than happy to let him run his stuff. But if you notice, the train is going through this tunnel portal here, and yet it goes into this scene we just spoke about with the with all the trees on top, and comes out to the right on this back bridge right over here. Now the fact of it is, there's, keep in mind this is N scale. There's a 17-inch radius curve in here. Now I find that horrible. I think it's a terrible thing that there's only a 17-inch curve, but I don't have the space. One thing I learned is I never ever show a curve on the layout. It's straight here as it goes in, and as you pan slowly to the right, you'll see it's straight out. Now, if you were to follow this track and run through something called Houlihan's Run right here, you'll see that the tracks take another curve, but it's a long sweeping curve and they disappear because any curves that are formed in the corners of the railroad are hidden beneath scenery. Now, scenery can be trees and mountains, or it could be buildings. It's probably, you're not going to hide anything underwater, but this is the way this works. So what you see is only pretty much sweeping curves and straight track. Also, in this case, we also don't use any elevations. We let the ground go up and down, which is really the way it's done in real life. And we keep the tracks as flat as we can.
Okay. A couple of things you kind of already spoke about mold.
Yeah.
Can it be reshaped? It can also cannot be reshaped after drying.
Right. Someone asked if Sculptamold can be reshaped after drying. No, Sculptamold is like Hydrocal. When it dries hard. It's very light, it's very pliable, and I love it, but it's not something that can be re-wet and worked again, like say a piece of modeling clay might be able to do that. By the way, you'll see that we have an elevation, something called an N scale, the mountain division, because this was originally an N scale module. And this would have been 0 as far as the elevation goes. And then we have water below it. So without having any inclines at all or elevations on our track, we've gone from 1 to 2 to 3 levels in the same scene. Very dramatic by simply, like they say, if you can't raise the bridge, lower the river. So we built this low, and it gives a very dramatic effect without ever having to elevate that piece of track.
Somebody wants to know about the scene, how to handle the seams in the scenery as it crosses modular and modular.
Now, we just had a question about, because this is modular, how can we handle the transitions between the modules as far as disguising the seams go? Well, traditionally, whether you're an HO scale or O scale or whatever, you generally have a piece of joiner track. In this case, to tell you the truth, I'm having trouble even finding where these things join. Lenny, if you can just walk over here with the camera right next to the SP Daylight here. If you look very, very closely, I don't know if you can see that, Len. If you can get into that, you'll see a crack in the road where this piece, this module connects to this module. And this was all ballasted in place after everything was put together. Now, an odd thing is what you're looking at here was actually transported from Huntington, Long Island, up to Bar Mills, Maine in 1998. This whole layout was taken apart, just like you would do any modular layout, and arranged on seat cushions from an outdoor, seating set, and carried in the back of a Ryder truck and reassembled right here at its current location. So this has been moved. Of course, it takes a little bit of time and some effort to put everything together just like it was, but that's actually a seam. It's just a matter of spending some time using some advanced methods such as either the pan pastel powders that we have today or an airbrush to help blend one piece of scenery into the next piece of scenery.
From Dave Salomon, he wants to make sure you see the rest of the railroad before it ends, because we're pretty close to the end.
Well, I know we're getting close to the end, and Dave Salomon, who's a regular guy with us, we know him. He wants a little piece of live shrubbery, more or less, that we have. You see how fine that is and how you can see through it? Undoubtedly, the leaves are out of scale, but when you put it all together, it works really well. And the nice thing is, you can take this, and I could stick this right here, and nobody's ever going to know it didn't belong there all the time. You don't even have to plant it sometimes, as long as you have a scene that's full of already populated with trees. We're going to take a very slow walk down here, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And Lenny, if you could just do this really slowly so people can see what we have here. If you do see the foreground here, you'll see the same technique that I used towards the city of Amherst on the other side.
People are just looking at the, demonstrating the tree. Stuart Hobbs wants you to run some trains.
You'll also see another extreme example of what we did earlier with the culvert, and we've recessed into our table to build a two-track viaduct right here. Here again, everything is at one level. So you have the 0 level, the upper level, which is in N scale only a little over 3 inches. And of course, bringing it down like this just gives it so much depth without actually having to do anything as far as difficult track work, as far as getting up and down and controlling the trains during situations of steep grades. As we get over to this corner of the layout, this is something called 30 Mile Point, and the actual, because we're coming to the end of the basement, we left 3 feet on the other side of the wall where the tracks are not scenic, pass through the background, curve to the left, and come out on the other side of the room. Here again, minimal curves here.
Somebody wants to know if you use telltales at the tunnels.
What's that? No, telltales. No, we do not use telltales at the tunnels. That's something I've kind of overlooked. Now, on the other side of the railroad here, this is a section that was actually built in Bar Mills. It did not exist on Long Island. The room dimensions was somewhat different. Actually, on Long Island, the room was longer. So here I had to wrap the railroad around the other side. And this is an ideal situation here. And Lenny, if you can focus on this, this is a small town. It only consists of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buildings. And the interesting thing here is that this station here is very unique. Now, it doesn't matter what scale you model in. In this case, I don't know where that station came from, but I can tell you I was at a model railroad swap meet, and a lady was selling some things that her husband, who had passed away, had. And this station was one of them, and it was from the Danbury Mint. So I looked at the thing and I held up an N scale boxcar, which somebody let me pick up. And I realized it was an N scale. So this is actually a Danbury Mint building that is really, really cool. And the only thing I did was it had a track already in as part of the casting. I cut that off with a saw, put some figures on it, weathered it, and came up with a very unique scene. Scenes are where you find them. They're all over the place. And a lot of things that you may not think of as immediate sources of modeling are actually out there and pretty easy to get a hold of. We did have a question about a train show that was held in Maine, in Westbrook, Maine, which is about 20, 25 minutes from here, that did not come off this year. It was canceled. It was the COVID thing, and that's all there is to it. Now, this area here is one of the most highly detailed areas of the railroad. By the way, we use Envirotex for water, and these ships here, both this one and the one in the background, were scratch built. They are contest winners by a fellow named Brian Curry in upstate New York. Brian decided to change hobbies, and he knew the kind of modeling I liked, and he made me a deal because he knew we'd appreciate the kind of work he did. So they're amazing. They are not kits, and no, we cannot sell them to you. The same would go true for this building here, which really doesn't fit here. But the fact of it is, it's a beautiful building, here again, built by Brian Curry. Now, I started building a lot of wooden kits in 1998 when we moved up here, because at that point they were starting to happen. A company called Republic Locomotive Works out in Washington State started coming out with some lovely buildings, and you'll notice as a waterfront scene, these fit in really, really well. Now, at one time, I worked for Northeastern Scale Models, not Northeastern Scale Lumber, but Northeastern Scale Models, and we had done something that we used in the back of the railroad called, and I got to stick my arm here, Lenny, I'm sorry, something called Tenement Row. And we featured them up along the back of the railroad. And I used pieces of string with pieces of aluminum for laundry lines. But the problem is I was worried that the little children would come out and play and fall off the cliff. So in my infinite wisdom, I created something that I later called InstaFence. It was a laser cut fence. I should have painted it white, but I wasn't thinking along those lines when I did this. But if you're familiar with the Bar Mills InstaFence, this is actually the first one that was ever made, and it stopped the little kiddies from falling to their deaths. So it's just a matter of trying to be creative. When we came to Maine, one of the things we did was created something based on the area of Portland, Maine. And these buildings here again, mostly scratch built. This is a natural Bar Mills kit, Salinas Tavern. But you'll see like the State Theater or Sonny Smalliones, which is a play on words, go together to form this dense, more modern city scene. But if you're building, remember, just because it looks like this, well, doesn't mean it looks like this on both sides. Even the sign up on top is not even painted on the front. I did a laser cut sign that said State because it was the State Theater. Visual viewing. And it turns out that we got to this end of the layout. I was afraid we would not have enough to talk about. And it turns out it's time and we have to go.
They didn't say to go.
They didn't say to go, but it's getting close. So we're just kind of waiting for a word. If anyone else has any questions, it does take a couple of minutes for us to get them. But we enjoyed sharing this with you. Hopefully you enjoyed the layout. Don't let the fact that you might be in a minority scale, whether it's O scale or N scale, wear you down, because there's so many things you can do. And of course, the HO scale guys know that already. We appreciate you spending some time and hope you enjoyed this brief time together at Bar Mills in Bar Mills, Maine.
Art, all you have to do is ask for the elevator music.
What I have to do, a little man came over the phone. I don't think he was an Irishman, but he's told me I have to ask for the elevator music. So, Mr. Maestro, can we have the elevator music?
Somebody has had a hole in the background.
believe we're live again. Speed at the bottom of the helix here. Tonight we have back again our division superintendent of the South Red River Valley in the Thousand Lakes region and a U.S. Army retired.
Paint 3 locomotives with a paintbrush using contrast paint. So let me show you what I got for you over here at my desk. All right, then. Live again. Speed at the bottom of the helix here. Tonight we have back again our division superintendent of the South Red River Valley in the Thousand Lakes region and the U.S. Army retired. Welcome back. Okay. You got me?
Matt, are you watching YouTube and Facebook? You have to.
Oh, wait, you're right. So let's get rid of that. How about that?
Thank you.
Now, let's bring the camera over. There, is that a good? You got a good look there?
Yes, sir.
All right. So what we're going to do, what I have here is contrast paint. And we're going to paint these 3 using contrast paint and a paintbrush. So what is contrast paint? Contrast paint is made by Games Workshop Citadel. It is a new acrylic. It's only been out for a year. And so I've been testing it, trying it out. I'm going to show you a couple things that I've done with it. First one I did was this Athearn Blue Box F7. So if you can see that, it's very smooth. It's a very modern acrylic, extremely fine pigment. Painted this with a paintbrush. Here is a work in process still, the Kraus Maffei ML4000. It's still in gloss, and I like it so much in this gloss that when I'm done detailing it, I'm probably going to keep it in gloss. Probably going to gloss it again. And here's what we're going to do. Then I had a brass Tenshodo. Now, if you are familiar with Tenshodo, you know, it's pretty old. The details are almost cartoonish. I painted this thing a number of times, airbrushed it, different kinds of paint, different colors. It never turned out. It always looked crude. Because by today's standards, these details are crude. So I gave it a shot with the contrast color, and it turned out like this. And I love it. Contrast paint has a special effect in it. What it does is it combines under the old Citadel system of painting with a base paint and then applying your effects after. It does 2 steps in one paint. And you paint directly out of the pot, which we're going to do. Now here's, people's choice was you wanted to see a GP9. So I got a couple here that I already did, and then I've got one here that we're going to do. Athearn Blue Box GP9 in contrast paint. So its special effect is basically a combination of what is known as liquid talent. This is a bottle of liquid talent. Agrax Earth Shade. It was a shade. It's like a wash. You apply it over your paint, and it brings out special effects. All right, earlier, I painted 2 locomotives in 20 minutes. 2 coats each. Live, right on camera. So what I've done, I've prepared this brass. This is an Alco Models DL600B RSD15 in brass. And I didn't take the handrails off this part, so I thought I'd better paint this detail before we started, because it took about 10 minutes to do that. And I'm going to jump right in. We're going to do 3 at a time. What I have learned, hand painting takes the same amount of time to do 3 as it does to do 1. And by doing 3 at a time, we're going to do 3 steps in a row, set up a little assembly line, and we'll repeat the same step on each locomotive. We'll go round and round until they're done. All right. How is the sharpness of the picture? Speed, can you hear me?
It's not the brightest, so don't move fast, but we can see you.
Okay. Notice I've got a pool noodle slice here around this pot. Some of you are going to, after this, go take a look at their Facebook groups dedicated to contrast paint. People spill these, they're called pots, and then they post a picture of it and get kicked out of their group. So if you open this without something to hold it, it's like 50-50, you're going to spill the whole thing. So I use a little noodle here and I keep going. All right, so I've got 2 cups here. This one is 91% alcohol. This one's just distilled water. So let's give it a go. Let's start out with the Kraus Maffei. We're going to start with the back to get warmed up. And I'm going to go directly from the paint pot on the brush, and we're going to paint it on. And let me know if, I don't want my hands to be blocking so that you can't see what I'm doing. It's a gravity-based paint. It's supposed to run, and I want it to run vertically. So now I got 1 dip in the paint pot, and I got plenty, and I'm gonna just start mopping it around till I don't see any running globs of it. And generally, you don't worry about brush strokes with this. As long as it's wet, it'll do its work. When it starts to set up, don't brush over it. That's when you get results that you don't want. Let it, whatever I put on here, and keep it wet. Okay, about out of what I pulled out of here. Okay, that's 1. Let's go over to the GP9. We can do the rear on this one. Take another dip of paint. Now this one, just for this, I specially primered this. This is called Zenithal priming. I primed this shell black first. Then from a distance, I sprayed white. So you'll see a bunch of black shadows. That's a black primer underneath. And it gives, the paint is partially transparent, so it gives it a little bit of special effect. So on this end here, that is not a shadow. This side is lighter than this side. So let's go, let's hit this end. And it should be pretty obvious that I don't care about brush strokes, because as long as it's wet, there aren't going to be any. At the same time, I do not want to spread it so thin that I'm losing the special effect. And the special effect, it is called contrast, because now if you're a prototype modeler, this is probably not for you. Because you're not going to get a factory new paint job, and that's the whole idea with this. All right, still running. Just drag out the pools if there are any. All right, here it is. A brass locomotive, and we are now going to paint it with a paintbrush. I know some of you are probably going to stroke out. Hopefully you're wearing your life alert in case you fall down and can't get up. Oh, yes. Since I've already done the ends, I got to go on to the next step here. it's going to be a long time before I go back to airbrushing again, because I'm not getting tired of the special effect. On the walkway here, which this walkway has brass tread on it, it's amazing. See that? Can you see the roof? Let's see if we can get a... I'm going to leave it running just like that. I'm just going to leave it like that. That's the way I like it. And it's going to keep that effect as it sets up. I'm not really going to try to get into the grills because I'm going to detail them later. Okay, so if you're taking notes, the first step in contrast paint is to prime it. If you are not sure, prime it white. White gives you the most dramatic effect. If you're brave, you could try the Zenithal priming, and gray is in the middle. So the ML4000, that's gray. Okay. All right. Let's go back to the beginning. Okay, so I got some runs here that I don't really like. And I'm going to take a dip into the distilled water, and I'm just going to wash them out. Okay, let's go ahead. Let's get some on here. I'm not really going to do the grills because I'm going to detail those differently. So I'm just going to go around them. And it doesn't matter if I get some paint on them or not. It's not going to hurt anything. And I kind of like that. It's going to run down the side a bit. And when it's running, it's doing its work. That's what it's supposed to do. Okay. Let's give this one more hit and we'll go back to the GP9. Okay, how much does this stuff cost? It is, it's roughly about $8. But I opened this one today, so I've done 12 locomotives out of one paint pot. That's a lot. If you airbrush True Color like I do, you know that True Color does not go 12 locomotives that far. So it seems expensive at first, but it is it's actually kind of a bargain because you get so many projects completed out of one pot. All right, we're going to let this one set up. While we painted those girls, we'll hit these two. All right, let's let this one set up. Let's go back to this one. All right, now we can start to see some effect here. You can start to see, I don't know what your resolution on your end is looking like, but you should be able to see some shadowing going on. So let's hit the front of this one. All right, so if you're keeping a recipe, the steps are primer first, then paint, then clear gloss acrylic, detail, decals, everything on there in gloss. Then you can decide at the end if you want to gloss it if you want to semi-gloss it or if you want it to be matte finish. That Tenshoto is matte finish. The two GP9s that I did, those are both matte finish. And the ML4000 is still in its gloss from the detailing phase. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to keep it in gloss. I think the F7 might be a semi-gloss. I have to go back and look to see what I did on that one. Now, sometimes I do more than one coat, but sometimes, in fact, most of the time, if you get the first coat on right, then you just leave it that way. Okay, what kind of brush am I using? White Taklon. Got it at Michael's. Set of them is $10. Now, way back in ancient times, when I first started back in the 80s using the original scale coat. You remember back when airbrushes were like $200 and, you know, it was only legend that somebody had one? There was a special brush in the Walthers catalog made by Floquil called the Silver Fox. And I don't know how I found out back then. It must have been in, it would be either Model Railroader or RMC, about using the Silver Fox paintbrush, and you could paint scale coat onto locomotives. And I did that for years, and it was great. These white Taklons, I compared it to one of those Silver Fox brushes that I still have. It's basically the same thing, but these brushes, you know, back then they were probably like $5 or $6, which was a lot of money. Now you get like 20 of these for $10. Okay. Now we're getting some effect on this. So you can start to see the kind of bleached out look. I want to keep that. That's the effect I want when I'm done. I don't want this to be a rust bucket, but I do want it to have some character. And the contrast paint, by highlighting some of the small details, it gives it that character. Like it's been out working, but it is not just left to, you know, it doesn't turn into some of those deferred maintenance jobs that you can barely make out what they are. That's what I don't want. I don't care for heavily weathered, but I do like it to have a little in-service type look. So I'm just going to mop wherever I see a pool. Essentially, that's all I'm doing. I'm just mopping this up. Once we get the whole thing covered, then we'll consider whether or not we want to add any extra coats. And I'll probably just brush this grill a little bit. I'm going to detail that out differently later when we go to gloss on this. But this thing is about ready to cure here. So I use a drying station. I've got a big fan blowing and set stuff, big fan blowing on low. If I set stuff a few feet away from it, this stuff here will dry completely in just a couple minutes. You know, most acrylics do that. Most of you should be familiar with that. All right, let's let this sit for a minute. It's pretty much done. We're only 25 minutes in, and that one is mostly complete. We're going to touch it up. Let's go over here. Let's finish this. See if we can finish this off. I'm just going to go fast. I'm just going to slop it on here, and we're going to just mop it till we get it the way we like it. I'm not trying to brush out defects. There's like I showed you, I use the water to take out kind of like a glob effect. But otherwise, I'm not trying to make this thing, it's not factory new. It's not meant to be factory new. It is meant to show off the detail that's already here. Remember, this model here it's pretty old. You have to get Tony Cook to maybe talk about, this is from the 70s at the latest, I'm guessing, based on what motor this had in it. There were 2 motors, and at one point the instructions came which said you may have one motor, you may have the other, because these things came with maintenance instructions, which is pretty interesting. But there is a lot of detail here, and the contrast paint, much more so than airbrushing a perfect coat, the factory new on it, definitely brings out what's already here. All right, I think I want to let this set up. Make sure we got any spots. I don't got any unpainted spots. Okay. Let's finish off this guy. Now, I've also painted a bunch of rolling stock with other colors, and it's pretty interesting, some of the things you could do with this. I would imagine painting ore cars with one of the rusty type colors that's closer to like boxcar red would be pretty spectacular. I painted a lot of boxcars with one of the blue colors, and they turned out pretty they're really nice looking, especially in a group. On your layout, I don't suggest just having one thing painted with this, because it'll stand out like it doesn't belong. You know, in modeling, there's safety in numbers. The more of them that you do a certain way, the more they look like they belong. All right, inspection time. Let's see. Okay, got one right here. There's a spot. Anywhere I want to do something. I think I want to do something right here. Something like that. I want to do something right here. Up front here, I'm going to do the same thing. I'm not putting on a second coat. I'm just kind of now I'm going to go around and look for places where I can get a little more special effect. Let's take some from this guy right here. Okay, it's really thin right here. Okay, there's a spot where it's really running. I'm going to get just a tiny bit of water here. I'm going to get in there and brush it out. Let it run. Now there's a spot there, and I'm going to keep that spot. I'm going to try just a tiny bit washing on this side. Basically, I just dipped my brush in the distilled water, and then I ran it over what I already did. It'll make the sort of streakiness of it turn a little more, it'll just turn a little more, it'll look more natural. Just a little bit of water here and there. There, I just made a spot. And I'm gonna keep it. I'm gonna keep that spot. I'm not gonna try to paint it out. Recently maintained, but definitely is gonna show some signs of use. Okay, now the cab is not looking as clean as I'd like. I would like to see the cab just a tiny bit smoother. Just a little smoother. All right, so we're about 35 minutes in, and I'd say we probably want to call this one. I think we want to call this one. See if we got any touching up to do on this. Now this has got a nice washed out effect right here and right there. I don't see any missing spots. Here's a little one right there. The roof. Okay, I see a spot. Want to get, there's a double stroke spot right here. Okay, here's a little bit. I'm saying we're going to call that one. Okay, let's see what we got over here. Just a little washing with the water. Things that you think look like big strokes right now, as soon as you clear coat this, it mutes that effect. and it's not so easy to detect. And as you can see on the one that I showed you, that's in gloss right now. Okay, I see a double stroke right here. I'm gonna wash away from it, and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna put some paint right here. I'll wash back a little bit on the roof. Get a little bleach spot there. Get a little bleach spot there too. Okay, then on the hood. Let's look for any drips, and then we're going to call it. We're going to go for a little bit extra. Now there's some right there. Let's take that. The ML 4000 is such a striking unit that it's going to have to be gloss. I'm going to have to make them all glossy. I think I have 4 of these. They're fairly easy to find because the motors are almost impossible to replace due to the vertical shaft design and still keep the trucks. So they turn up at train shows where the motor has been removed and turned into a dummy quite often. And so that's why I was able to find a bunch of them. And using the mini lathe, I was able to make a little collar so that I can replace a motor in there. Okay, here's a spot that I missed. And then we're going to call it. And then I'm going to take questions. All right, that's it. I'm calling it. Closing it up. All right, what do you guys got to say?
Can you hold them up to the camera
Sure.
without moving?
Yes. Let's see if we can get a close look. Let's start with this one.
And then just keep it still for a second or two before you rotate.
Still setting up, but it's setting up quick.
Do you do any weathering afterwards?
Okay, let's take a look at one that's done. So as you can see, I did a little bit of brown in the grills, decals, reflectors, did a little bit with a silver paint pen on certain details. But otherwise, I don't weather it at all. A little brown in the grills. I like all my roofs silver. That's just the standard operating procedure here. I make all the roofs silver. Let's take a look at the 10 Shoto because the details on that are so big, it makes it a lot easier to see. So this one, because it had a 2-part frame, the frame is painted camouflage flat brown. And what I did was I painted 1 coat of the contrast red over it, just to make sure it blends in.
No weathering on the decals?
What I did in the door lines is I put some panel liner down the break between the doors. I put some panel liner in there. Now I did post some high res pictures of this, of all four of those, into the Facebook group just before we started, so you can look at them close up.
What's the drying time?
Well, it's almost dry right now, so however long that's been, a couple minutes.
Can you show us the other two?
Let's take a look at, okay. Okay, so this one is still in the gloss coat. Very shiny. So normally after the gloss coat, like the GP9 and the ST24, then I would spray matte acrylic over it. And that's the flat coat. But generally I'll go through with the things that have to be chromed, get chromed. Grills that need to be blackened in, they get that. And then that's about it. I don't use chalk. I don't use, with contrast paint, I don't use washes. And I think this is a semi-gloss. Basically, I used a silver paint pen to do the chrome work. Then the decals I cut out with a Cricut craft cutter. Find the paint. Citadel, you actually use an app on your phone. There are two types of Citadel paint. There is the classic, which consists of a base paint that is a paste that you mix on a palette, followed by various shades and layers, as they call them. Contrast color is usually primer, contrast, and then you might use layers. For example, this F7 has a snowplow on it. That snowplow is painted with the color, I think it's mud. I just took a oyster tin and cut out a piece and bent it into a snowplow to cover up the fact that the pilot was broke off. But I painted it with their mud, which is a texturized paint. So use the app on the phone to pick the color you want, and then it'll show you what the results will be if you follow the recipe. That's how they do that. But there are so many stores that sell this now, it's so easy to get. You usually find it at stores that have Wargaming. If they have Wargaming or Warhammer or Strategic Gaming, they'll usually have the Citadel brand, and then they will also have the Army Painter. Army Painter, actually, you can get a booklet at the store with it, which will describe the paints. Army Painter comes in droppers. Citadels come in pots. That's what they're called.
Were you ever into military models?
I have some tanks and things. I don't really have any good ones that are finished. I guess I got one desert painted T-30, T-50E4, I think. But I get a lot of my ideas from the fine scalers. Techniques are extremely advanced. So I learn from them things that I apply to the trains.
So are those models dry now?
Just about. I would say this one's dry. There's a couple of spots on the walkway, and that'll be it for that one.
Can you show us?
Sure. This one has walkway tread, and see if they can find a way. I don't think you're going to be able to see where it's wet. There's just a spot right along the edge there. Otherwise, the rest of it is, well, there's a little at the bottom. The paint, being a gravity type paint, runs down by gravity and then leaves behind the contrast. When you clear coat over it, it's like adding a filter. It kind of blurs the difference in the various spots, sort of smooths it out. When you're done doing all the detailing, painting the grills and stuff like that, put your decals on. If you're doing any panel liner or anything like that, then you go ahead, put your, say, a matte coat on it. If you were going to dry brush, I've done some dry brushing. But usually with the contrast paint, you don't really dry brush. You try to get the effect on the first time out. See, if you're going to dry brush this red, you'd be using like pink. And that's what I was using the water for, to wash it away. So I would get the dry brush effect along the roof line. So it's light colored here as if I was dry brushing it like this with a really light red or a pink or something.
So
What you should have, before you try to just jump into contrast paint, you might want to just try liquid talent.
talent.
Citadel shade. The warm color shade is called earth shade. And I always recommend start with the gloss earth shade. In N scale, take a boxcar that you want to essentially weather, but you're not really going to weather. You're just going to paint the whole thing with details on the car, as if you had spent forever. Army Painter has the same thing, except you take it and you dip it in a can and pull it out again. Some of you have seen those techniques before, where you mix up a wash or a shade.
So someone's asking, you say you don't use washes. How then do you get the dark into the cracks?
Oh, no, I use panel liner to do that. I do not use washes. I use panel liner, which is an enamel.
Do you know why it's called contrast paint?
Yes, it is called contrast paint because it combines the step of base painting and shading into one, which gives you contrast.
Okay.
It's one paint that takes the place of two paints. To do this in the classic way, you would take red, you'd paint the base paint red, and then you would paint the shade over it. Effects that I can achieve on the I add that. Which, if you're trying to go from darker to lighter, that's hard.
So
It's a warm color. It's called earth shade.
it looks green here.
Well, it's got a green label on it.
Oh,
It just has a green label on it. In fact, all the shades come in green label pots. I guess that's how you identify them, at their shades. The Army Painter ones, they also make shades. They're called quick shades, and they come in droppers. They essentially work the same way. You drop them on, and then you brush them out, and it'll a lot like the panel liner. The panel liner is a little more accurate, but if you want to do a large area really fast, you can't be using the shades. They're fast. You can do a lot of work using the shades in a very short time.
so are they dry now?
Yep. This one's got maybe two cup.
Not so fast, not so fast.
Just the part where I washed it with the water. It's coming down. It runs down to the bottom as it dries. And then it'll be wet along the edge, and that'll be it. Otherwise, it's dry. This one is like totally dry. If I put this in front of the fan, it almost dries instantly.
Wow.
The pigment is so fine in this that set up and dry.
So just for those listening, Matt wanted to paint 10 engines for us.
I already did that. There are 3 more on the workbench that I did this afternoon. So it goes really far. It's an excellent value, I think. I haven't tried anything with scenery, but I have seen the war gamers who use this stuff do some amazing. Some of their scenery is just unreal.
Is then, right?
If it's primer, that black primer had quite the texture to it, and this stuff did not run that well, so it didn't. The effect was kind of nullified by the heavy texture with the black primer. With the white primer, it's easy to take your microfiber cloth and kind of smooth it out, which helps a lot. I should have gotten the black primer. I should have gotten much finer stuff.
I know you said this in the beginning, but how many engines will you paint with that bottle?
I painted 12 out of this bottle right here with this same brush.
Oh, what kind of brush is it?
For $10 at Mike's in the flat chisel. And if you're old, the very first time you do it, just go slow and work from the top down.
Okay.
And then you got to experiment with it. Like anything else, it takes practice.
Okay, so we already promised the audience that we will download your clinic. They will have a high-def video.
No, that was the previous clinic, the Blue Box rebuild.
Yeah, but you have 3 more engines to paint.
They're behind me on the workbench. Already painted them.
3 new ones.
I've got more.
So just play along. The last question is, will you do another clinic for us on remotoring one of those Rivarossi Krauss locomotives?
Maybe. I'd have to say maybe. My mechanical solution, the first one that worked, was so slow the thing didn't hardly work for the high-speed engine yet.
Oh, okay.
But I will solve it. Okay, something that you might not know about these, since we got like just a minute here. Here's my test bed. Okay, I've got it loaded down with weights. When they came, they had a huge weight back here. They only picked up power from 2 wheels on one. You got feedback? Okay, here's the motor mount. There's a vertical motor that is proprietary to Rivarossi that went in. Find them without the motor in them. You have to fit a motor that will be mounted to this spot. Goes down all the gears inside, you guys. I 3D printed a collar for it that I think will work.
Cool. So Matt, I think the cameraman is ready with the elevator music.
All right.
We want to thank you for learning something new. I think that was really cool. I'm going to buy myself a small brush and a small bottle because I don't have 12 engines.
There are some good pictures in the Facebook group.
Very much.
All right. Have a good night, everybody.
Be safe.
Welcome back to the NMRA Gateway X. Our next presenter is going to be talking about a very interesting subject. His name is Bernard Helen, and in the next hour, be ready for a trip down the rabbit hole as he outlines the 7 steps he recommends when painting 3D resin printed parts. Someone discovered extra time to model and even started a mini business selling 3D printed animals. He also models the Quebec, Gatineau, and Genesee, Wyoming line in HO scale, living in Toronto with his wife and 2 sons and 2 field spaniels. And he also loves long walks on the beach. Please welcome Bernard Helen from miniprints.ca.
I don't know how that profile part got in there, but thank you, Brooks.
I'm just reading what they give me.
It's an honor to be part of this. What a great initiative. I've been watching all week long, and the content is fantastic. I'm very honored and very proud to be part of it.
Cool. Well, we're glad to have you. So you take it away and wow us with your talent.
Fantastic. Well, I don't know about that, but I'll share my screen certainly and take you through a presentation, and certainly happy to answer any questions. So let me just do the application window here. Okay, what's going on here? Of course, it worked a minute ago, didn't it? All right. There we go. Share.
I got you.
We'll go full. Okay, so you should be seeing a very small Canada goose and a very large finger.
That is correct.
All right, fantastic. So I'm going to be speaking this evening about how I paint my 3D miniature resin prints. It's my hope that I can share a few tips and tricks of what I've learned. Some of what I've learned is from watching these absolutely wonderful NMRAX clinics over the last few months, and some from trial and error, and I'll share a few of those errors with you. I'm not going to speak too much about the 3D printing technology, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that people might have in the questions. So this is me. This is me in Quebec City in 2014. As you mentioned, I modeled the Quebec-Gatineau Short Line Railroad in HO scale. The Quebec-Gatineau is one of the Genesee and Wyoming railroads. I modeled the section from Montreal to Quebec City. And I've always really loved the scenery aspect of the model railroading hobby. Super detailing a scene to create a prototypically accurate mini world. It is a wonderfully obsessive trip down the rabbit hole, and I've certainly enjoyed many enjoyable hours doing that. Recently, due to COVID-19, like many of us, I've discovered some extra time to model, and I've started that mini business that you mentioned, selling some of my 3D printed animals. So I'll share some of those experiences tonight. This is my layout in the basement. It's HO scale. It takes up the entire basement. Kids and the wife aren't super happy about that. But the main part of it is in this room that is 30 feet by 10 feet. There's the other half of it. I'm set up for operations, although I haven't begun operations yet. So this portion here comes up from a hidden stage to the left of the screen. Here is where it comes up from staging representing the Montreal section of the layout. It goes around past the paper mill into the Port of Trois-Rivières. Then from the Port of Trois-Rivières, it continues along past some cement works and goes off the layout on the Quebec City side. Now, the part of the corner, there's a little bit of a dip. And that part is where I wanted to create a little scene. Here it is. I thought it would be fun to model a beaver lodge. There was only one small problem. I was looking for an HO scale beaver and no one made one. This was about 4 years ago. I looked at Walthers, nothing. I looked at Prizer, nothing. Woodland Scenics, nobody made an HO scale beaver. Now, that was amazing to me because the beaver is the national symbol of Canada. It's even on the CP logo right here. Why no HO scale beaver? They're everywhere. I mean, they're even here in Toronto, and Toronto's the largest city in Canada. So it was amazing to me that nobody made the little animal I needed for this wonderful scene on my layout. So I made one. And 3-4 years ago, I sent it off to Shapeways, and a few weeks later, my beavers arrived. But everything changed 6 months ago, and it changed when I purchased this. This is the Elegoo Mars resin printer, and it's going to change our hobby. Now, a word of warning, it's turned into a hobby unto itself. So it's allowed me to create amazing things that I hope to share with you tonight, things that I never imagined I'd be able to create for my layout. It has, however, turned into a hobby all unto its own. And that can be good or bad, depending. The Elegoo Mars, I'll talk a little bit about it. It's a resin printer. I'll talk a little bit about how it works. But the detail that this produces, it's absolutely amazing. So here are my new beavers. So this time, I was able to create 3 poses. Now, this printer is amazing for a few things. It's amazing for rapid prototyping, if you just want to try something out quickly. It's amazing for one-offs, if you just need, one of something quickly. And as I mentioned, it's allowed me to start a really small hobby business. It's amazing, amazing technology. So the way it works, and I'm playing a video, hopefully that's coming through, so UV light shines up from the bottom of the machine, and layer by layer, the UV light cures this photosensitive resin. It's this goop that you're seeing here. And from the goop emerges plastic looking. So how can we bring these figures to life? And that's really what I'm going to share in the presentation tonight. And I'm going to be talking about really the 5 steps that I use to really get the most of these, to turn them from a shiny plastic look to hopefully what is, a realistic looking animal. So we'll talk a little bit about how to prepare these, how I prime them. Arguably, I'll say the most important of all the steps, research, the main act, which is the painting, and finally, how I like to finish them. So onwards. But before we get into the preparation, I really need to do a few shout outs here, because this presentation and the tips I share, I'm a newbie. I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. What I'm going to share with you tonight are a few of the things that I would say I have found as a novice work for me. But I want to mention a couple people that have had quite an impact on my journey. One is a video I saw very recently, a couple months ago, weeks ago actually, and that was Rob Clark's NMRAX presentation on Is Model Railroading Art. If you haven't had a chance to see it, I strongly recommend you watch it, because it really made me think a lot about what I was doing and why I was doing it. And the other person I'd like to mention specifically is a fellow Torontonian, a neighbor, Ralph Renzetti, who I believe was on this morning, and who you've, I'm sure, seen throughout some of these excellent presentations. Now, I'm no Rob Clark and I'm no Ralph Renzetti, but I think therein lies the appeal of some of the things that I'm going to share with you tonight, because honestly, if I can do this, anyone can. One other thing before getting into the actual guts of the technique. I don't know about you, and I've certainly seen this before, but a lot of us model railroaders, we're not the tidiest, most organized people. And if this is what your workbench looks like, stop. I need a place to spread out. I need to be able to leave projects in progress. I used to work at the kitchen table, and I found I spent half my time moving projects around the house. Lots of tabletop space is really essential if you can get it. you're likely going to have a number of projects on the go at the same time. So maybe it's your home office, maybe it's a small workroom, but find a space that you can call your own where you can really set up your tools and get organized. This, for me, being not the most tidy person in the world, was a bit of a discipline exercise, but this is what I came up with. And it's made quite a difference to the way I work. I really prefer to work with abundant natural light. And I think good lighting is essential, especially if you plan to work at night. No matter how many lights I pile on my desk, I find that I never really have enough. The more light, the better. For a work surface, I really like to use these cutting mats. I find that I make a mess, and they're just a nice, clean, neutral surface. Bigger the better. I have this little one here just for demonstration purposes. Other things I'll call out, Optivisor for dealing with miniatures. Any sort of magnification is critical. And I would argue the most important tool that I have on my workbench is the computer. And we'll talk more about that in a minute. So on to step one, the preparation. When you print these 3D resin mini prints, you need to create a support structure. And like any plastic, I guess, piece, there are little nubs. There's sprues. So some material from the production stage is going to remain. And I find that the painting stage does tend to hide many of these imperfections. However, if you're a perfectionist, and I know a lot of model railroaders are, and it bothers you, you can always trim away the remaining flash. And I find that here are some of the tools that I use to smooth out the bumps. Sanding can be done with a needle file, a bit of emery board, a sanding stick, or my favorite, what I prefer, is this wet sandpaper. I find that wet sanding really gives me the most even result, and if I'm really determined to smooth the surface out. For the wet sandpaper, once it's wet, work very slowly, and remember, these are tiny, delicate, and very breakable. So I like to work in a slow circular motion. The cured resin, the goop I showed earlier, does get cured as part of the UV printing process, and it is safe to handle, but please, I do not recommend inhaling the sanded material. As with all painting and sanding, I have to put in the note, please protect yourself with the proper safety gear. Brings us to stage 2, priming. Once you're happy with the preparation, I recommend priming the model. And I prefer to use a simple and inexpensive rattle can spray paint. Now I'll explain why. I'm not a huge fan of the airbrush for priming. I have an airbrush. I use it for detailing freight cars, but really at the priming stage, I just like fast and easy. And honestly, there's too much cleanup time for me for the airbrush. I don't pre-wash the model. I've never had an issue with paint not adhering to the plastic, but there's no reason really not to give it a bath in soapy water if you want to. I don't, it just adds a step, and honestly, I'm too impatient to wait for it to dry before the priming. Spray paint is a great base for the next painting stage that we're going to talk about. The best results that I have found are achieved with an ultra flat finish. I would not recommend using a satin or gloss finish. The flatter, the better. My go-to here is Krylon Camouflage Khaki Ultra Flat or Rust-Oleum if you can't find Krylon. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about when applying spray paint. Everyone knows an even light coat is best. So how do you get an even light coat of spray paint? So I really think that the key to this is to start by putting the spray paint can in warm to hot water for a few minutes. It doesn't matter where you're spray painting, what the outside temperature is. Really, that step of warming up your spray can makes all the difference. And then shake it. Tip number 2 I'd offer is shake it longer than you ever thought you needed to shake it. Really, it cannot be too warm or too shaken. That's the key. Next, I would do a spray test on a piece of cardboard to ensure that the spray paint is not globbing. This is one of those ask me how I know tips. No matter how warm the spray paint is, no matter how much you shake it, the nozzles on the inexpensive rattle cans do glob up, and you don't want big splotches of paint on your model. And finally, and it goes without saying, I'm sure everyone knows, many light passes is the key here. You don't have to saturate the model. Actually, what you're looking for is merely a dusk, less certain more. You don't even need to worry about covering the entire area. The goal here is really just to seal it, providing an overall base coat, and to create some color variation when you get to painting. Speaking of color, what you'll see on this slide is 4 different mini models. The first one is the resin unpainted, and then I've used 3 colors, and this will be the 3 colors I illustrate throughout the clinic. I've used an ultra flat khaki, an ultra flat neutral gray, and black, and I've experimented with these. Okay, now we stop. Do not proceed to the next step until you pull up a reference photo of your subject, whatever it is, on your computer monitor. Things are not always as they seem. First appearances deceive. And as Sherlock Holmes stated, people do not always observe. What color are clouds? Well, you know, any kid will draw a white cloud, but are they white? Grass? Green? Sometimes. Trees? Bark is always brown when I pulled out the crayons in kindergarten, but I rarely see brown bark. So all the things we think we know, we don't really know. So this step works if it's a 3D print of a machine, a locomotive. In this case, it's going to be an animal. And to achieve truly realistic resin 3D prints, and in this case, animals, I think it's critical to work from a reference photo. Every animal has at least one distinguishing feature that makes it immediately identifiable. The goal here is really to study a number of images and try and identify a couple of elements that you can easily reproduce. So, you know, we know here, of course, the bald eagle, everyone, you know, can have a picture in their mind that the bald eagle has a white head and a white tail. You know, are its feet black or yellow? Well, reference photos will tell us that. A caribou, not as easily visible, not as easily imaginable as a bald eagle. Caribous have some distinguishing features. There's white around their neck and then the white on their rump. You know, these are things that you wouldn't necessarily know. And then, of course, the red fox. For the red fox, you know, it's easy to sort of visualize a few things. You might remember from a visual memory that it's got a red back. You might even remember its black legs. But what about its white tummy and its white tail? Well, I don't always follow my own advice. And here's a model I very proudly painted up and put on the layout. And I remembered, of course, that the red fox had a red back and black legs, but I didn't search the reference photos. And you'll notice that my red fox is missing a white tip on a tail and a white tummy. So I learned my lesson here. So now that we've done our research and we've understood a little bit about what we're trying to achieve and some of the characteristics that we want to bring to life, I want to talk a little bit about painting, the main act. The acrylic paints that I like to work with are water soluble, and that's the key to the way I paint. I would personally recommend staying away from craft store acrylic paints for this, for the simple reason that they're just formulated too thick. They have large particles of pigment and they're not fine enough for our purposes. I like to use acrylic paint that has been specially formulated for the airbrushing. These are usually referred to as either fluid acrylics or high flow acrylics. I've had good success with, and I can certainly recommend, a brand called Golden Fluid Acrylics, and also a company called Vallejo the model color line. I also have used some MIG products, although not their acrylics. And I've just purchased a new line of paints that I'm playing with called the Army Painter War Paints. And I haven't had too much time to test those out, but certainly they are all high flow acrylics. The key with these paints is they have the same pigment load as heavy body acrylics, but they have a viscosity that is similar to a heavy cream, and they allow for extremely smooth and uniform flowing. Okay, so here are our 3 models. And the key to the way I paint here is you want to paint with water, okay? So painting with water involves applying very light washes of the paint to the model. And it's really a process where you need to be patient. So what I've done in the first photograph here, and this is for our illustration, this is the khaki spray painted one you can see here. I've applied a very, very light wash of an umber acrylic paint, a raw umber acrylic paint. And you see that at the first step, it really looks quite horrible. You'll think, oh my goodness, what have I done? I've ruined my model. Then, as soon as it dries, and this air dries very, very, very quickly, it looks a little bit better. And you can start to see a little bit of the color variation here between the khaki and the first wash. And it's really a light acrylic wash. And then finally, as you build up these layers of acrylic wash, you can see that we've really changed the original khaki color to much more of a different color. So you'll see right here on the tail the difference, and also on the primer. I've done that for all 3, and you can see the variations here. Same raw umber acrylic wash on each of the 3, on the khaki model, on the neutral gray model, and on the black model. And if you don't see the difference, just look here at the area of the tape side where the spray paint has not been stained, and then where you've applied this light wash. It's really quite a difference. So if you don't believe me, there are the 3 unwashed, I guess, without the light wash on it, and then there they are with the light wash. Now you can build up different colors. So let me just speak here to a minute. You can build up different colors of washes. So the idea here is to layer on different layers of washes, different colors, very lightly. And the key to do it is light washes of acrylic. You can mix in some different colors, really, you want something that is not uniform. You want something that is really mimicking the differences that you will see in nature. Lack of uniformity is important. So how do we create these light washes? Well, the key to this process is using something called a wet palette. Now, if you haven't heard of a wet palette before, this is really what changed the way I approach painting. You're going to want to get one. You're going to want to make one. I'll show you how to do that in a moment. This is a tip that I learned from the Wargamers. Lately, I've been watching a lot of wargaming videos on YouTube, and they really are light years ahead of us in I think the model railroad hobby in the way they approach painting and finishing. The wet palette is exactly that. It is a wet palette. So instead of a dry palette where you would apply your acrylic paints and mix them and watch them relatively quickly dry out, a wet palette is simply a piece of, in this case, parchment paper over top of a sponge. And what it allows you to do is it keeps your acrylics wet, and it really allows you to mix them evenly. And this is really, I think, the key to the painting that I've done is blending these acrylics using paints for a long period of time. So I can seal this up and come back days later and I'll still have nice wet acrylic. So there's certainly less waste as well. So if you would like to make a wet palette, you can certainly buy one from a hobby store. You can Google it and they're certainly out there. I took a piece of Tupperware with a lid. That's the critical part. Bought a cellulose sponge from the local hardware store and grabbed a sheet of parchment paper, and you have yourself a wet palette. Brushes. I'm not a big fan of expensive brushes. I just never felt the need to use them. I always used craft store paint brushes or cheapo paint brushes. Recently on one of the YouTube groups, someone showed me this set. This set is a very inexpensive set of, I guess, 8 paintbrushes. I think it cost me $20 Canadian, so probably about $13 American. And they're fantastic. You can see that they've come in a range of sizes. And this is another tip that has really improved my painting. I really like using the fine brushes. So this brush here is a 000 brush. And it once you've done the washes, it really allows you to get in and put in those fine details. Here I'm applying a wash, a light wash to the tail of the eagle. Once again, if you work lightly and spread things out very thinly, you can always go back and add in things bit by bit. And certainly it's easier to add than take away. So brushes can make a huge difference. And I do highly recommend getting a set of very, very fine brushes. Okay, good time now just to pause and always go back to your reference photos. So the things we think we observe and remember don't always stick with us. I like to always have those reference photos up. You'll notice here that the underside of the wing, it's really different colors. They're grays, they're browns, they're blacks. Even the tail isn't all pure white. So there are little bits of variation there. So I'm always referring back to the research phase to inform the painting. Finishing. So this is the step after painting. Many times after finishing a model, I think it'll look fantastic. I'll be very pleased with it. And then I will look at it and I'm thinking, it needs something. In this case, I took a look at these turkey vultures and I thought, you know what, they're just too shiny. So by no means is this necessary, but there are a few products that I've used, I think, that can really help at the finishing stage. Certainly, dull coat just sort of dulls everything down, and if some of the acrylics seem a little too shiny, then that'll solve that problem. But lately, I've tried playing around a little bit with pan pastels, and pan pastels actually work really nicely in this guy's case. So this was a little donkey that I painted up, and when I looked at the prototype pictures, I noticed that the donkeys kind of have a dusty look to them. So I pulled out the pan pastels and sort of gave it a few dusts of a lighter color pan pastels, and it worked. I can't really speak to why it worked or how it worked, but I liked the result. And I think that's another part of this whole process that I've discovered, which is experiment, try things. Worst comes to worst, you paint over it or you grab the water and scrub it off. I think the key to all of these techniques is not being afraid to try some things and, throw a pan pastel on. And if it looks good, great. And if it doesn't, throw a different color pan pastel on. And if that doesn't look great, take it off and try something different. And you'll develop a technique that works for you. But in the finishing stage, there's another part of the process that I think is critical. And it talks a little bit, I guess, about the flaw of the human eye. because I was really, really happy with this little donkey until I took this photograph. And then when I took this photograph, and I think the key is on this slide, you really need one of these really good apps on your I take all the pictures on my iPhone because I think it's probably the best camera I have. But I found an app, and there are lots of them all across platform, that allow you to really do macro photography. So this Camera Plus app I'd recommend if you're an Apple user, and I'm sure there are many on the Android side as well. But this allows you to really get into detail. And I noticed on the donkey's ear that there was a little nub that I missed on the prep stage. And honestly, this thing is so small, I didn't see it. I was looking at the overall donkey and I didn't see it. So I think part of, for me, the finishing stage is really using the camera, and your cell phone camera is fine if you can zoom in enough to really photograph it. And the photograph gives you that ability to look at the model dispassionately and really see it for the way it is. So this little guy got rejected, and actually I went back and clipped that off and did a touch-up job, and then was very happy with him. And then there's another part of this that I wanted to talk about on the finishing. And the finishing is, okay, so what do you do with the animals in this case? Again, it doesn't matter whether it's an animal or an inanimate object, but part of finishing is understanding not only how you're going to paint it, but where you're going to place it. So I've seen some fantastic, painted animals, and they're just in the wrong environment. They're in the wrong, we'll call it ecosystem. So part of that research stage that I like to do is just to go onto Google and, sort of learn something new, figure out, where is a good prototypical scene to place these little figures. And that actually helps with the modeling as well, because then you get some ideas in terms of, the trees or the rocks or, whatever goes with the animal. So you don't have in this case, a bighorn sheep in the middle of a parking lot. So that really sort of concludes the 5-step process of how I go through and detail how we go from this resin piece of plastic to really a fully featured, hopefully little animal that comes to life. And in the next few minutes, I just wanted to have a little bit of fun and share with you some of the creatures, because everyone I know loves photographs. Share with you maybe a few of the photographs of some of the little creatures that I've created, and show you what I've done with them. So this little stinky guy is tiny and instantly recognizable, not someone that you would want to meet on the tracks. So hopefully he won't get hit and he'll make his way and it won't smell too bad. Some bighorn sheep that I painted up. And once again, you'll see, on the rocky outcropping, very much in a prototypical pose. These are all taken on my layout. A wolf howling. This is another example of where when you take the photograph up close, there are a few things that, there are always things you can change. You're never done with these. So, maybe I'd go back and refine a few things, snip a few things, repaint a few things, but that's okay. It's fun. It's part of the process. Some mountain goats, really looking at the typical poses, the way they, where they hang out on little rocky outcroppings. They're pretty uniform in color. So really the only thing that distinguishes them are the body shape and the horns. Of course, the moose. Have to have a moose. And a few things I'd redo on the moose, I think. That's okay. Caribou, I think, turned out, pretty decently once again with the white neck and the white rump. I really do enjoy working on the little things. So these are some river otters, little jackrabbit sitting by the side of the tracks. These are just little details. And I mean, I think these are the little things that really make a railroad layout come to life. So, I mean, I like putting in, you almost call them little Easter eggs, no pun intended, but just little things that people will notice about the railroad. I mean, everyone's focused obviously on, the main attraction, but there are animals out in the wild, and if we are prototypically modeling things, it's nice. I don't want to overdo it, but it's nice to have these little elements. I think they give a little flavor. They just bring the layout to life. Personally, and the reason I named my company Mini Prints is I love doing the miniatures. I think they're really, really fun. The smaller, the better. I'm not sure if this is the smallest print. I think it's the second smallest print that I've been able to create, but I think this also speaks to the resin printing technology. I mean, the fact that you can actually create a groundhog that looks like a groundhog, at that scale is amazing. Not easy, but amazing. The smaller, the better. Probably the smallest thing that I've created are these HO scale crabs, and they are tiny, like unbelievably small. Most of these have been requests. People have said, can you make, 100 crabs? I'm doing a Maine fishing scene, or the cow skull, was a special request. The cow skull has actually just been painted up, and I'm really happy with the way that painted up. More small things. Once again, I think the woodpecker is a great illustration that you don't really need, a lot of detail to fool people into what this is. I mean, this is a tiny little piece of plastic, but if you just put the right drops of paint on it, people go, oh, it's a woodpecker, I get it. They know that black, white, and red are the signature colors for a woodpecker. Of course, the flying rat, the Canada goose, the pests that are everywhere, those are great. I think that's probably one of my favorite models. This is one of the smallest things I created. I think this is probably 6 millimeters. And this is a shark's jaw for someone who is modeling an N-scale reproduction of the Jaws boat. So they wanted a great white shark to scale in N-scale. So with the teeth, I mean, the resolution on this thing is unbelievable. A lot of what I'm doing right now are people saying I would like. So this is someone who they were doing a West Coast fishing village, and they wanted orcas, killer whales. So those are just how they came off right on the build plate, right out of the resin. I'll conclude with, I guess, the two directions that I'm moving right now. I'm moving smaller. So the moose and the bighorn sheep existed in HO scale, and a number of people requested it in N scale, and I said, no bloody way. My eyes are not up to the task, and the printer can't handle it. And I experimented and I tried, and that's really the key to 3D printing, like painting, is just try it, fail, try it, fail, try it, fail, try it, partially succeed. You keep going until you figure out what works. So I've been able to shrink down a few of the Bighorn sheep are coming, and they are absolutely, I think that our eyes are most critical when we look at people. Certainly they're the hardest in my mind to create. I've been having a little bit of success lately with a few different techniques. The first is 3D scanning. So what you'll see here on the left-hand side is a very, very small HO scale 3D scan of my son, my 12-year-old, Max. So I scanned him and printed them out, and it worked. And then I said to my wife, I want to scan you. So beside Max is my wife, and I've 3D scanned her and printed her out in HO scale. And now I have to do my other son and get the dogs to stand still long enough. So I think where I would really like to take this is through a number of techniques of 3D scanning, is try and get into some, somewhat decent 3D scans of people. That's one direction. And then the other direction is using 3D modeling programs. And there are quite a number of them to start creating people. So the other 3 that you see here on the right-hand side are people that I created in a program called Make Human, which allows you to create, it's a piece of software that allows you to create 3D people. So that's really going to be the future of mini prints, I think, is going to be trying to get some half decent people poses, and people poses in things that you just can't get, because I'm all about creating things in the hobby that are unique, new, different, and unavailable. So with that, I see it's 8:45. I'm going to stop sharing the presentation and come back for the final 15 minutes. I'm happy to answer any questions that people might have.
All right, that was a great presentation.
Can you see me? Am I live?
Yes, yeah,
All
your
right.
screen share is gone. So
All right, fantastic.
I see you on my side over here. So
All right, good.
cool. I'll get through some of the shorter questions first.
Sure.
Let's see. I should have sorted these out here. Have you considered any chicken or roosters?
I have chickens. I absolutely have
Okay.
chickens. Hang on. Let's go get the chickens. Okay. Whoops, and I dropped the chickens. It's not good to drop
Oh,
things. Okay, so I have hundreds of these things. Some I have designed, some I have listed on the site. I'm always sort of playing around with things. There's no way you're going to be able to see this, but that is a beautiful rooster in HO scale. And his hen. And if people would like, I can get those up on the site tomorrow.
cool.
The way I work, and there are just not enough hours in the day, tell me what you want and I'll make it. So it's just getting around to things. I've got a Loch Ness Monster, which will make you go insane. I just haven't put it up yet. So there's always tips and tricks and fun things, and the weirder the better. So I'll get the chickens and the roosters up tomorrow.
Cool. So let's see. The HO groundhog, could you use it as an N-scale beaver?
Sure. I mean, it's totally up to you. I can also try printing out an N-scale beaver. The beavers might actually work in N-scale. I've been playing around with different techniques. So full disclosure, I've been doing this only about 6 months.
Okay.
And the more I play and the more I refine and the different software I use, the more I go down the rabbit hole, the more I'm learning. So what might not have been doable 3 months ago, there might be different techniques or software that I've learned that can do it. So I can write down N-scale beavers and put it on the list. So N-scale beavers for sure. I think that would probably work out.
How many different animals do you offer in your lineup right now?
Oh, geez. I'd say well over 50.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I should mention it's not just animals. So I do have I've gone a few other things, and these have pretty much been special requests. So kayaks, I don't know. Are you seeing this? Is it working out? I know it's
Yes.
really hard. So
Yeah,
little
very
kayak,
tiny, but
yeah, very tiny. Little kayaks with fishermen. One of the special requests I had, which turned out really well, were Lund fishing boats. So these are a very specific 16-foot fishing boat, and it's called the Alaskan Tiller. And so someone wanted, believe it or not, 100 of these little fishing boats.
Wow.
And then, of course, the fishing boats meant I had to create the motors. And then the motors meant I had to create the people to drive the boats. So very quickly, it spirals out of control. And
So
then,
what?
sorry, and then I'll just mention, and then, of course, that boat led to the inflatable Zodiac. And the inflatable Zodiac, of course, has its own special removable motor.
Hmm,
So
wow.
yeah, it becomes a little bit of squirrel. You know, you do one thing and then squirrel, 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 squirrel.
So what got you into printing animals first?
No one created that 3D beaver. So it all goes back to that original scene on the layout where I couldn't believe it. I mean, I had built the beaver lodge. I had poured the water. I'd done everything. And I thought, okay, I'll just go on and order a beaver, and nobody had it. And so then the beaver led to, what was number two? I think the beaver led to, I don't remember, but led to the next animal. And really, I wanted to create things that I wanted for myself that didn't exist or that weren't up to the level that I wanted in the hobby. So, I don't know, I went down the rabbit hole and one animal led to another, and then it became a zoo.
So what's the strangest request that you've gotten so far?
Oh, some pretty weird ones. I think the strangest request I had was somebody who asked me to do some, and they said something weird, like they wanted smurgies. I'm like, what's a smurgie? And I said, well, I don't know what that is, but can you send me a picture of it? And they sent me a picture of Smurfs, but they were like pornographic Smurfs. They wanted like, like weird Smurfs, like, Smurfs doing things that no Smurf should ever do. So on that one, I just said, no, thank you.
Hmm.
I don't think there's a huge market in the model railroad community for Smurfs doing strange things. I've also had a few requests for, let's say, politically incorrect things that, once again, I'll make pretty much anything if I think there's a wide appeal for it. But there's some one-offs that are strange and weird and wonderful. But I think the half-naked Smurfs were probably the weirdest.
What about HO scale mosquitoes? Have you been able to do that yet?
Yeah. People have asked for those. People have asked me to do flies to go on the back of the animals, and hey, I'll try anything.
Would you offer N scale items too if somebody wanted that?
Yep.
I
Yeah.
know
So yeah.
on the website it says primarily HO S and O scale.
Yep. Well, the first 3 N scale items that I've introduced that are actually up and on the website right now, if you go to the miniprints.ca website and you select either mountain goats, bighorn sheep, or moose, you will have an N scale option. So
Okay.
those are the first 3. I'll try beavers tomorrow and see if I can add those in. And really, it's all driven by requests. I mean, if people want me to do something, I'm crazy enough to try.
Cool. What so does the resin react to acetone, lacquer, or enamel based paints? Have you tried that with them?
It's funny. I haven't tried any oil paints or other paints. I've always painted in acrylic just because I really like this technique with the light washes. I find that it's very effective for the way I work. It's also easy to clean up. I'm all about ease, super easy and clean. The resin is fully cured. So it goes into a UV chamber. And the UV chamber is actually, let me show you. It's quite dramatic. It looks like something out of Star Wars. So once the resin comes out of the printing process, you need to cure it, and you put it into the sort of Death Star portal of UV, and that really turns it into, it's pretty inert. I mean, once you've done that, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't treat this like any other piece of plastic. And once again, it goes back to try it.
Do you when you clean up your like your printer and you probably use paper towels to clean resin out of the vat, do you need to cure those paper towels before you throw them away? You shouldn't
Yeah.
dispose of uncured resin, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I use a lot of isopropyl alcohol. That's kind of the most effective cleaner. And this
Mhm.
stuff is pretty nasty. I mean, the uncured resin is stinky and toxic and not good to get on your hands. So, it's full on PPP. You're on full hazmat gear when you're using this stuff. That's probably the one negative, is that you really are eye protection, breathing protection, full nitrile gloves. The pandemic has made it really hard to find a lot of the supplies you actually need, for printing, because you are in sort of full hazmat gear,
Yeah.
because the stuff is kind of nasty. But isopropyl alcohol is the best way to clean. And yeah, I mean, best practices, don't throw out your stinky resin, because it's it's not the type of thing you want in the environment. But once
Yeah.
it's cured, once it hits that UV, my understanding is, and from what I've read, that I wouldn't lick it, I wouldn't breathe in the dust, but certainly touching it, painting it, not this stuff is pretty, it's plastic at this point.
Cool. What are you using to scan the people with, and then
Yeah.
also what's a good software? What do you like using? What do you like recommending for doing 3D printing?
Oh, well, that is a whole clinic unto itself. I mean,
Right.
that's an hour right there. Short answer is, I've been playing around with the scans that I did of my wife and my son. I used an Xbox. Here we go. Xbox 360 Connect,
Hmm.
which you can get on eBay or whatever for $20. And you use a program called Skanect, Skanect print. There are two ways I found to do it: the $20 way and the $20,000 way, and nothing in between. So I've been playing around with the $20 way. I keep looking for the mid-sized consumer scanner. I think the way to do it is something called photogrammetry, which is what I've been playing with, which is using a lot of photographs. And I would definitely encourage, if people are interested, look at the photogrammetry option, because that's the sort of the middle ground. But then you can get into some very expensive gear that I don't have the money for.
Cool. Well, man, I think we could talk about this for a whole nother hour. There's a lot more questions that haven't been answered, but Ralph says thank you for the shout out and wants to know how much he owes you.
Well, the company is miniprints.ca, so he can go on and place his order.
Okay.
And if anyone would like to contact me, it's my name, Bernard, at miniprints.ca. And that's miniprints.ca. And I'm open to the stranger, and the smaller request, the better. Happy to try making anything. And I've got N scale beavers, chickens, and now mosquitoes on my list for tomorrow.
Awesome. Well, I think this clinic's really opened my eyes up to the 3D Royal, because with 3D printing, I've looked at getting a resin printer, but I've always thought about just printing parts for, oil drums, shovels, and you could really add life to a scene with the little 3D animals and things.
Anything.
That's
Anything.
really cool.
Yeah. The sky's the limit. It's all about imagination.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you coming on, and this is gonna put a wrap to this hour, and we'll go to commercials here and bring in the next presenter.
Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
All right, welcome back. This is Brooks Willig from the Hobby Time Workshop, and I'm here to bring on the next presenter for the NMRA Gateway X. Our next presenter is an NMRA member in the St. Louis, Missouri area with a basement-sized HO layout. He models the Louisville and Nashville Railroad set in eastern Kentucky in the mid-50s era. He helps run the annual St. Louis RPM and was the modeling committee chairman for the Louisville and Nashville Historical Society for 20 years. Please welcome Mr. Jeff Kubler.
Thanks, Brooks. Tonight we're going to go over a quick video on track weathering 123. It's something that I've just been recently getting out to more layouts in the St. Louis area, and I noticed on a lot of the Facebook videos and photos that I see that a lot of people get their layouts up and running, and then they don't get the track, and then they get the scenery, and then all of a sudden they need to weather the track, and it seems like an afterthought. And I'm just thought to myself, maybe we should tackle that first instead of last. And I think I have a little decent way of doing it to get the 80% solution for most people. It's quick, it's pretty easy, and it's inexpensive. So you should, if you're one of the shiny track people, give it a try and see what you think. So if you're ready to roll the video, we can do that now. Hi, I'm Jeff Kubler, and this is Track Weathering 123.
This is easy track weathering before it gets laid on the layout. You can do this outside, very inexpensive, but the effects are really good, and it's much easier to do this outside and get the 80% solution done before the track ever hits the layout. Got our 3 cans of paint, our rust colored, our gray, and our black, and we're going to just apply them in that order, just using a different technique, a different spray angle, and a different volume on each one, and it'll give a nice effect.
Our goals today is to do basic weathering of the track before it's on the layout. This will help later on when you start to do scenery. Use the most cost and time effective methods. If you have a big layout, or even if you're on a club layout, cost and time are always factors. And then safety first, paint outside. There's no reason to do this inside the house and have any kind of illness or cancer or anything like that. A little disclaimer first. This is the 80% solution for me. I've come up with this as I'm building my 26 by 32 railroad by myself. Time and funds are always limited. I just think this is a way better solution than having put all your track down and then figuring out, hey, I need to weather my rail while I'm doing my scenery. There's actually very many track weathering techniques out there, and a lot of these results are a lot better than mine. Some of those techniques can still be applied, though, even after you've done my suggestions and the track has been laid. The first thing we want to do is look at the prototype. Regardless of what track brand that you start with, what you want is a uniform and prototypical look. There's a lot of different processes that will work. This will work on either black ties or brown ties. It'll take away the shiny part of the rail on the sides, or it'll even work on weathered rail, pre-weathered rail. This process gets rid of that shiny uniform tie look too. I have not done this on concrete ties. It's just not my era. I model the 1950s, so I'm sure there's a technique out there for modeling concrete ties, but I just haven't tried it yet. This is a scene from Patio Yard in Kentucky that I model. Look away from the beautiful locomotive and focus on the track and the ballast. Look at the colors that you see. You see the brown and the rust and the grayish colors. This is the same yard and Patio Tower, but in a much later era. You can see a lot more of the staining from diesel fuel, leaks, and oils on it. This is not your typical 50s. I bring this in as an illustration to the same yard can look differently in different eras. In a similar view as the last one, we're going to see the same era, but yet I want you to really study the color of the rails and the ties, the close ones and then the far ones. That are the main lines going down the CC sub. You'll see a lot of rust colored, a lot of gray colored, and the ties when they get near the switches are all black. This is very typical of this area. So study your own area and understand what all the different tracks, main lines, sidings, yards, understand what they should look like, and then go work from that element right there.
This is a prototype scene, patio yard, Winchester, Kentucky. Again, I'm model 1955, and I never saw any of this growing up. I've had to rely on photos of the prototype to figure out what it looked like. Again, this is something that is difficult in prototype modeling, but with the resources of books and videos, you can get it right, or you can get it just about right by going back in time and looking at these resources, joining your historical society, and getting as many looks at things as you can to get it right.
So after studying hundreds of prototype photographs of the L&N in Kentucky, I saw some things that I wanted to achieve, and that was the rail sides have a rusty color, the ties have an aged or sanded appearance with a gray tone, and everything gets dripped with oils, cinders, and stains of dark or black colors. Before I begin the project, I always like to have everything on my list, which includes flat rattle can spray paints of rust, gray, and black, masking tape, the thin roll, an old piece of cardboard, kind of a long piece, especially if you're doing flex tracks, the Dremel Moto tool with the wire wheel attachment, and a Sharpie black marker.
We're about ready to go here. We have our 3 kinds of paint, all of them flat. We have our rust color, our gray, and our black. All these are brands that you can get at just about any store in the U.S.
A little track pre-work may be necessary. With FlexTrack, you can oil the railheads with a light oil first by putting some 3-in-1 or WD-40 on your fingers and rub them down the top of the rails. The advantage of that is the paint layers will come off much easier when you're trying to clean it. The disadvantage is there might be a ragged looking unpainted area near the railhead on the sides of the rail. My layout has many eye-level areas, so I chose not to do this because I've had a little bit of bad luck with it in the past. If your layout is very low, this is something that you might want to do if you have a ton of track to put down. On switches or turnouts, our main goal is to protect the switch points, the head blocks, and the throw bars. And to do that, we have 1 or 2 layers of thin masking tape will be enough.
I've got some Code 70 Micro Engineering Flex. You can see it's got brown ties and the sides are pretty shiny. This is Micro Engineering Code 70 weathered rail. So you can tell most of the shine's been taken off of that, but it's still got a little bit of shine to it here in the sunlight. We're going to take that off too. And then we've got a completely shiny Code 70 Shinohara switch. I've picked this up at a good price, done a little work to it, put in a copper tie for the throw, and it's ready to go now too. You can also see it's got some rail joiners that are also and this is just regular thin masking tape. We'll just take a small bit of this, wrap it once around the points and the throw bar. We'll get to that later. It doesn't really have to be weathered. So we're going to do that end. And then on the other ends where you already saw to get down into the rail joiner and cause
I've been using Rust-Oleum rattle cans for years, and I've never had any problem with them adhering to any of the major brands of track and rail.
I've got cardboard base set up, and it's elevated off the ground so I can get a good angle when I'm shooting first with the rust. It's important that you go side to side and the can's not upside down or sideways, so I've just elevated the whole surface just a little bit with my cardboard background.
Step 1 is painting the sides of the rail rusty. A low angle spray is needed. Continuous side to side motion is the key. Elevate your track and your backing with your surplus cardboard. You need only to paint the inside and outside of each rail. So you don't want to spray this color from the top down. You're spraying from the side. This also may involve spinning the track or the cardboard around after the first sides are painted.
So again, we have our Rust-Oleum red-brown flat. This is enamel. This is fine for the project. It'll work great for... Give that one final shake. And here we go. What we want to do is do a fine, even side-to-side spray on this. As you can see, I'm just kind of hitting it, making sure the shine is off. There we go, that's one side. I'll let that dry for a minute. We'll move to our weathered flex. Again, this is already weathered. We're just going to hit it lightly a little bit. That's one side of that. Again, low angle. We're using a side-to-side motion. Work a little bit on our switch here. Again, same thing. We're going to go side-to-side, low angle. I'll make sure to get those frogs pretty good. Flip this around. Get the other side. That's all we have to do is really just give it a nice spin. Some of those rails have an odd. There we go. That's nice. Switch out of the way. Now you can do these because of the angle. Sometimes you can do multiple tracks at once. This step, I prefer kind of doing one or two. That's it. Again, short bursts, but side to side. And that's all we have for the rail brown part. Pretty easy. Alright, we're looking at our switch again. It's got some areas of the rail that I'm not really happy with. I can still see a lot of shine. Since I've forgotten which way this is going on the layout already, I want to take care of this now. I can't get those angles very good once it's on the layout, so, and that's pretty much got it. Again, a little bit of a breeze.
Step 2 is aging the top of distance from the top down. You want to tint the ties, but not change the color completely. If some of this color gets onto the sides of the rails, it's really okay. It's expected. One of the other things that I do as a hint on this is many pieces of flex track can be shot at once in this step, and by moving the spray can in the direction of the ties instead of the rail, it gives an uneven yet appealing effect.
So if step 1 was already applied, now we're going to move on to step 2. That's the gray, what we're trying to simulate here. So this is a different stroke. This, instead of side to side, on the side, this is straight down, and you're going to get a little overspray. You can do this in multiple tracks at once, and you can even do this in kind of a zigzag pattern across the, with the grain of the ties. catching a little bit of a breeze out here today, so it's not, conditions aren't exactly perfect for control, but that's okay. As you can see, a lot of this is just, you want some variation, and this is all part of it. I'm going to give these a spin around to show you exactly what it looks like. Make sure that it's kind of even coated. As you can see, some of that didn't get coated nearly as the same on the other side because of the breeze, so we're just going to give it a little bit of a coat. Notice I'm backing off just a little bit here. And had the breeze not been a factor, we'd have been shooting straight down, but I'm having to kind of work with the Kentucky windage as it was in shooting today. So that's step 2 on our 1, 2, 3 process. That's step 2.
One possible optional enhancement tip here is for that replacement tie look. Take a Sharpie marker and color every 5th or 7th tie black. This is especially effective if brown ties are the original color of your flex track. This will look like maintenance has been done, and it's effective on large sections of main lines and sidings. Step 3 is your flat black, simulating the cinders, the oil, and the grime. Now this is a straight down shot, but it's distant. You want to keep just the bigger droplets of paint to show up. Keep the can about 10 to 12 inches from the track. If you've got an old can that's just spitting paint, this is the perfect time to use it. Again, if it gets on the sides of the rails, that's fine too.
Now it's really threatening rain out here today, so we're going to try to get this all in. We're going to move straight to our flat black spray, and again, this is really just to simulate grease and grime. Just give it a general grimy appearance. It's flat, very important this is flat black. We don't want anything shiny at all on these tracks, so here we go. I'm going to spray this. It's not windy right now, so I'm going to spray this from above, but at a long distance away. Notice how much higher the can is off the track this time. And if you got a spurty can, an old spurty can, this is a great time to use it too. It's just about out of paint. What you're trying to do here is just give it that multicolored appearance, kind of a speckled egg look to it. That's about it. That's about all I want to do with that. Again, we'll see. This is what you get. I don't know if you can see that really well or not because of the angle and the sun and everything, but this is the effect that I wanted. It doesn't have any particular color, but it's got all the colors that I want in it. Again, from the side it's a little different than it is from on top, but that's okay. It's exactly what we're looking for. Alright, for a little comparison's sake, we've got our weathered switch that we just did. Zoom into that. Show you what that looks like. And then back again, we've got our unweathered switch. Show you what that looks like. Again, now which one of them would you want to put on your layout? I'm going to go with the weathered one. Would look more realistic. Sometimes your layout area may not be scenic for several years if you move kind of slow like I do. So having the track pre-weathered, it gives it a whole lot more model, good prototype feel to it, even before any other scenery is down. So another thing I like about this is I can go straight to ballast after I've done a scene. Unless I'm unhappy with some portion of the track, I can go straight to ballast after I've got the track down and the scene completed. And then I can go back and do even more weathering on the track to try to blend the ballast and the track together. And I'm not starting from point zero when it comes to weathering on the rails and track. Now we're going to let these dry for about 15 or 20 minutes before we move on to the next part, which is prepping the rails back again for conductivity's sake. We got to get the. We're not going to worry about the rail tops until we get it down on the layout. It's easiest to clean there, but we are going to go ahead and wire wheel the ends of the rails so that the joiners go on and conductivity will occur.
A couple of notes here. For FlexTrack, making curves with this pre-weathered rail will expose some unpainted spots as you flex it. This is easily covered with a paint marker or a micro brush. The points for electrical conductivity have to be restored. This is done most easily before attaching the track to the roadbed or the layout. A small file can be used to remove the paint from the rail ends, but I prefer using a Dremel tool with a small wire wheel attachment.
Okay, we've moved inside to the indoor studio because of weather. And what we're going to do now is clip off the last tie on each of the ends of the track in order to use the Moto tool and wire wheel. So first we're just going to go to the bottom of the track. You can see I still protected some of those. I'm going to clip just the end here of each one of the little plastic parts underneath. I've got an old set of rail nippers, and I'm going to should be able to just take that right off. A little more stubborn on that one. Didn't get a good cut. All I'm doing is clipping the plastic on the bottom, and then I'm going to slide that tie off just like that. And you can tell this tie is already weathered. So what I'll do now is I'll just clip off the little plastic. It's going to go into a box, and that's in with my track laying supplies, and that gives me rail joiners are. So save all your ties, pre-weathered ties. So it looks like this switch is ready to go. That joiner's already there. We take the tape off of that. We can tell that these joiners are already there, and they're ready to go. So, and they're clean. We'll take care of that once it's on the layout. So we've prepped our switch. Now we move to the FlexTrack. Again, all we're trying to do is remove the first tie. So we're going to give that a nice nip with the plastic. I like to go all the way back to the tie I'm going to leave. That gives me plenty enough room to put the rail joiners on. We're just going to nip the extra ends off of it there for the bottom, and we're going to put it in our box. So we're prepping each end of the FlexTrack, 3-foot flex. Again, see how easy that is to nip that off. And we got usually about 50% of them, a little bit stubborn, but I'm giving plenty of room for those rail joiners to go on each end. Again, we've got plenty of ties now that are pre-weathered. By nipping this off, go ahead and put that tie in the box with the rest of them. End up with a couple hundred extra ties. These are ready to be, the rails are ready to be cleaned off now for connectivity purposes. So we've got our Dremel tool with our wire wheel. And we're just about ready to go. Dremel's plugged in, give it a good test. Alright, that's good. The other thing we want to make sure is this has got to be out just a little bit to fit in between the ties and give us a good angle. So we've got that chuck out that up. You press the button, test it. That's good. That's not going to come out of there. So again, this is just a regular Dremel tool, and a wire wheel attachment. It comes in just, I think one comes with the Dremel tool, and then you can buy replacements at any hobby store. So we're going to don our safety goggles here. This is important, just in case that flies out. We don't want to have any accidents and lose an eyeball. So we're going to put our safety glasses on. And now it's time to clean the rails. We'll start with the switch. It's just a little easier to handle. Again, this doesn't have to be on super high. I've got it on 5. Might bump it up to about 7. And what we're going to do is take this wire wheel and just hold it against the rail there, just a little bit. We're going to do the insides and the outsides. We want a good connection. It doesn't have to be the whole length of it. I just want to know that the first half of that rail joiner is going to get a good solid connection. I usually go over the bottom just a little bit because that's another good connection point. Then we move to the top of the switch. You got to be a little more careful here. These ties are sometimes hard to get to, and you don't want to bust that. You don't have too many ties in front of those switch points, so you might want to wear gloves when you're doing this. I'm hitting my fingers a little bit. Again, I'm just trying to hit the ends of this and clean off that paint. We got 3 layers of paint on there with all the wind that we had outside. Again, hit the bottom and both of the sides. You don't have to mess with the top now. I wouldn't take a wire wheel to the top of the track. Again, it's still got the paint on the top of the track. Don't be tempted to use the Dremel on this now. We've got a better way to do that once the track's already on the layout. I'm going to switch that off a second and switch back to the Flex track. Again, this is 3-foot micro engineering Flex track, and all we're going to do is hit the ends of it. Pretty easy. Just hold the rail firmly with the ties. You don't want to bust off any of the ties. They come off. Micro engineering is pretty easy to break off the rail and the tie if you're not careful. So again, we got those sides. You see how easily that comes off. I've done this with a file, and after a couple minutes of doing each rail with a file, if you're buying your Flex track in groups of 12 and then painting them in pre-weather them in groups of 12, you'll understand pretty quickly that this is the fast way to do it, easy way to do it. You can see how shiny those get, really fast, quick and easy, right? So we'll just go to the other side. Now, I think the other piece of this track, which is this one or the other one, is pre-weathered rails. And so I'd have to do that anyway on that piece of track to get good electrical connection. So again, all we're doing is just grazing the surface of that. And then we're going to hit the bottom. And that 3-foot flex is done. Pre-weathered flex track. This rail is a little bit more weathered, but again, it's probably just going to be in a yard. Whoops. Sometimes it's a little bit in there. Again, if you're going to solder every joint, that paint can get in there and mess up your connection, mess up your solder joint, so you don't want that in there. So try to get as much of that out as you can. Again, if you can see how that cleaned up really nice, really quick, it's good to go now. And we just do every end just like that for as many pieces of track as we had. Alright, now we've got our track, flex track, tacked down on the layout, and now it's time to show you how to take the paint off the top of the rails. We've got a couple of things we're going to go over first. You need some track cleaners. This is your the Bright Boy you go over first. Perfect rail cleaner. Flex track. As you can see, they're tacked down. They don't move real well, and you can see that some of the paint comes right off. Not too bad. Just rubbing back and forth with a little motion. Gets 90% of it. You go back over it. Clean that up with the less abrasive track cleaner. Pretty easy. Wipe out section after section of 3 foot long track very easily, this method. So it doesn't take that long at all. And like I say, it's most easy to do this once the track has actually been tacked down. And that's all there is to it. 1, 2, 3. Let's take a look around the layout and see what the results look like. Here's what our weather track looks like when it's down on regular Homosote on the layout. Here's a section of patio yard, and notice the rusty rails in the yard section. It doesn't have as much gray on it as the main line. There's also a section of the points of that switch where I have not yet added paint. Again, the combination of the track having varying degrees of weathering and the ballast actually having varying colors in it gives it a really nice effect. If you have it all one color, your mind is going to scream out, something's wrong here. So again, a variety of colors and textures is all going to look much more natural. As we look around the layout here, we can see some of the track that's already been pre-weathered and installed. And I want you to see how important it is to see the track on its side and also understand that on an eye level track like this, it's really important to get that track weathered well on the sides. If we can, just a little bit. Let's see if that focuses. There we go. Again, we're going through several tracks here and switch points, and we have a center siding in between this northbound and southbound main. But again, this is what you want to see on the layout when your scene is completed. Here we see the center siding at Riverside from above view. Notice I've made the rails a little rustier on that switch. That was on purpose to indicate that was the siding was in the center. Just wanted to mention that. It's an unusual application, but in this case, the painting can actually help the operators.
Here's a final look at the layout. I hope you've enjoyed this track weathering 1, 2, 3. Hopefully the NMRA will come to St. Louis again in a future year and you can see the whole layout.
We do have some questions, so let's go. We
Okay.
got 3
We're
questions.
back on here live. Thanks for that video. Brooks, any questions there?
Yeah, I got a couple questions here. So Jeff, the first question is, I see that you've worked the Shinohara turnouts, or reworked them. Why is that, and what did you do?
Oh, and sometimes you do have to do a little work to them, but it was nothing that I intentionally went looking for. It was just one of those happy buys at a show.
Cool. So, well, we'll do that one here in a little bit. So, is there a reason you don't tape the ends before painting? Is it easier not to tape and paint, remove the paint later?
No, I've just never done it that way. I've always thought that using the Moto tool gave a really good electrical connection. I've never had a problem with electrical connections. If I've done that, if I've tried to do it any other way, I'm always a little bit afraid of if I use tape. Probably the blue painter's tape would probably work just fine if you want to try it that way. I'm happy with the way that I've done it, and I think it gives a really good electrical connection for the rail joiners. And I don't mind, that 1/10 of an inch or 2/10 of an inch going ahead and just painting that once the track is down and right before I ballast.
Pam wants to know, where did you get the L&N vehicle?
Oh, is that the small one? Decals and some Santa Fe Maintenance Away decals. I made those about 20 years ago. We'll walk around and I'll show that to the people if she wants to see that. I know her dad would like one of those.
Have you ever painted the side of the rails with rust? I'm guessing they're talking about some of the AK products, some of the modeling rust products, maybe.
I haven't found a need to do that yet. But again, I think really the 80% solution is up front and just do the steps that I showed up front, and then I may go back and do some more steps after I'm done ballasting. I think when I look at my track now, and I look at a lot of other people's track on photos and videos, there's a whole lot of things I can do differently. I recently joined the Facebook group of Detail and Weather Track or something like that, and there's some great stuff on there. I just haven't tried it yet. When I get more of the layout done, I'll probably go back and maybe use an airbrush or some chalks, some paints to put a little more detail in. But right now, I'm pretty satisfied with what I have.
How do you address the sections where the flex tracks are joined? Do you use rail joiners there and then paint those later?
Yeah, right now, today I just was using some of this folk art plaid. I just take a mini brush and go ahead and just get those. I've also used the markers, the paint markers from Flowpool. I've had some success with those, and sometimes the rail joiners, depending on the brand, seem to repel paint. But I find if you go over it 2 or 3 times, eventually it sticks, and it covers up most of the shiny rail joiners without. The thing you have to be careful with on those is flooding the rail joiner, and actually the paint will flow in there and then stop the current. So unless you've
when you curve the little ties, the plastic ties of the spike heads, where they move on the
Right.
rail.
You do. Sometimes you do. and sometimes the ballast covers that, and then sometimes that's actually some of the things that I look at and go, I could do that a little better. I suppose during the I've just never felt the need to do that yet.
Here and then I think we a perfect rail cleaner.
Racer, I forget who.
Well, let's see the layout.
All right, I'll try to do this without turning everybody off.
Well, if you do, then we'll probably still be here. So
Okay.
So this is patio yard. And this is Winchester, Kentucky. And this is where the Cincinnati to Corbin line goes north and south. And at Patio Tower, the Eastern Kentucky line comes off. And it's a 4-track yard, basically 4 directions, and a few other tracks. And it's got some small steam servicing, water tower and sanding, a little bit of a rip track, and then a yard office. And we come down the Eastern Kentucky branch is up there in the back by the mail pouch tobacco barn. And the EK sub goes up by Mina. I built these little, we needed to stop and see that vehicle. Sorry about that. That's the vehicle that Pam was referring to, the L&N maintenance vehicle. Wanted to make sure she saw that. And then the Cincinnati to Corbin line goes into a double track tunnel.
hey Jeff, I got a question right there where you're at with the tunnel.
Right.
Somebody was wanting to know where you got the sidewall of formed concrete.
In the tunnel itself? Do they say?
No, they didn't say.
Okay. So the rock work is actually pine bark nuggets, stacked and painted with a couple colors of, again, that rattle can Rust-Oleum black, and then the gray over the top of it, and then it's weathered out. It makes really good Kentucky limestone. It's pretty easy process. It's lightweight and it's inexpensive. So I've done a whole lot of the layout is in that type of rock. And then the Eastern Kentucky branch goes over the Red River Viaduct. Let's see if I can show that. This bridge is almost 8 feet long, and the real one would be 24 feet long. So I scaled it down a little bit, but did a little water. And then we run into a little bit of where the doorway is. And then again, the top level is Irvine. And the lower level is just a place called Flanagan. And then it comes around to 12 Mile Creek. If you can see that or not. On the lower branch. And again, that's the Irvine. And then you come over to Ravenna, which Ravenna is a division point for the L&N and large steam servicing facility. All the northbound coal went to Cincinnati, got cleaned and weighed here before it got sent on. Down on the lower level, you've got Riverside, Kentucky, with its dual water tanks and maintenance point. And we get a little bit to the unscenic portions. There's pipe coal cleaning. Those 5 tracks there go through the wall and serve a mine on the other side, the Lost Creek mine. And between each side of it, it holds about 110 hopper cars. Here's the unfinished portion of Ravenna and the Kentucky Mining Supply Company. And go back over to the other side. And then this is the mining town of Lost Creek, Kentucky. It's fictional. I took the word, there was a branch on the LN called the Lots Creek, and I took the letters and reversed them so that I could make it kind of the quintessential mine community without having to follow one. So this basically is an amalgamation of all the things that I liked about Eastern Kentucky mines, all kind of rolled into one. You've got your lamp house and a check-in board where they put their markers, and the company houses, and a company store, a small station, and a church. And then, of course, under that's a double helix staging where all the trains come from. And then on the other side is the continuation of Winchester, Kentucky. A lot of these buildings were scratch built from photos. And still have some work to do on this section too. If you ever saw the movie Black Beauty, the passenger station was in that. And then in the Flim Flam Man, another movie filmed about the same time, this Spar and Company coal dealership was in that movie. And there's Winchester. And that's about it, really, as far as what I've got going on down here in the basement.
Cool. I think we all appreciate the tour of the layout there.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. That was a great clinic, and some great tips there that I'll definitely be putting into practice on my track work. So thanks again, and we'll get ready for our last clinic for the day, and we'll be back shortly.
Brad, before we go, I think we're probably going to run out of time, but Lionel asked for us to repeat all this again after Hi, my name is Jeff.
There's always one in the crowd that misses all the information, isn't there?
Oh, well, I think he'll be able to catch it on the rerun since this is recorded.
Yeah, perfect. No problems. Thanks, guys.
All right. See you later.
Thank you.
welcome back, everybody. Okay, well, this is the one that everyone's definitely been waiting for. We've seen the numbers of people dialing in, climbing. We've got the Proto Throttle team here, one of them Proto Throttle and where the Proto Throttle came from, to design and come up with and print a 3D printed throttle port, our throttle pocket. And let's just see how this looks. There we go. I feel like there should be some great music. Look at that. What a prototype. So there's the prototype. Well done, Speed. With, oh, look at that. That is awesome. So Speed, give us an update on the prototype.
Here it is. If it's any of the regular NCE, Digitrax kind of throttles, but we got a problem. Gordy,
We have a problem?
we got a
What's
problem.
the problem?
I think
Well,
that's
just like, I know we've got a problem I got to come on to, but what's the problem with the 3D print? Why is it not available yet?
oh, it's just a little thick, a little heavy. We need to refine it a bit, and then we can go.
Cool. So in 2 weeks' time, we'll be ready to stick that up somewhere, I guess,
Yes.
for people to have a go. But we do have a major problem, Proto Throttle team. We need your help with this problem. Our throttle pocket, just hold that back up, Speed, has a problem. It doesn't fit a Proto Throttle. So what we need you to do is we need you to send a sample Proto Throttle to Speed in the Helix so that we can get the right size and we can make a Proto Throttle holder for people to download for free from Thingiverse and print on them 3D printers with the NMRA X logo on. So that's your challenge. Okay?
Okay, so here we go.
All right,
Instead of
over to Speed.
reading-
Let's go.
Instead of reading their biographies, that's each 20 pages long, I put a quest out to the audience. These three guys here, 2 of them are N-scalers. 2 of them modeled the Iowa Interstate Railroad. 2 of them founded Iowa Scaled Engineering, and 2 of them didn't think they would sell more than 6 of this throttle you're about to see. Scott, over to you.
Oh, you want me to answer that, or?
No, the audience needs to.
Oh, okay.
We have Scott, Nathan, and Michael.
Yes, I'm Scott.
And Nathan, raise hand.
Hey, I'm Nathan.
And Michael.
And Michael.
Yes, we're the Proto Throttle team, developers, whatever you want to call us. But we're glad to be
cool.
here. Do you want us to introduce ourselves?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay.
We were going to let you introduce yourselves rather than us telling you about you.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Well, my name's Scott Thornton, and I am a freelance graphic designer. I live in Iowa, and I was, I guess you'd call the brainchild of the Proto Throttle, although Michael and Nathan are the real brains of the operation. They're the engineers, so I don't think you want a graphic designer trying to design electronic componentry, but I'm attuned to the aesthetics, so that's that was part of my responsibility, and I talk about that in the upcoming video. And I'm one of the ones who, well, I'm different from Michael and Nathan, that I model in HO because I'm getting old. I'm not young like them, and I can't see all the details anymore. And I'm one who models the Iowa Interstate, one of 2 here, but we all like the Iowa Interstate. So that's me.
So I guess I'll go next. I'm Nathan Holmes. I'm one of those co-founders of Iowa Scaled Engineering, and you might, but I actually live and work in Colorado Springs now, out in Colorado. And you're probably thinking, well, why is it called Iowa Scaled Engineering? Well, 25-ish years ago now, I was at a lab at Iowa State University, and in walks this guy who has I think it was a Burlington Northern shirt on. Either that or it was Iowa State. And I kind of glanced at him twice, and it's like, this is the only other rail fan I've ever met that's roughly my age. And here we are 25 years later. So I am not an Iowa Interstate modeler, on the other hand. I model a proto-freelance version of the Copper River in Northwestern which was an isolated ore hauler in Alaska in the modern day era. So that makes me a little different from the other two.
I'm Michael Peterson. I live in a little town called Elbert, Colorado, just between Colorado Springs and Denver. Electrical engineer by day, also obviously co-founder of Iowa Scaled Engineering. I have plans to model the Iowa Interstate through my hometown of Altoona, Iowa, though.
That's the team.
So Gordy, take the video away.
Welcome, everyone. This is Scott Thornton, one of the partners in the development and promotion of the Protothrottle, which is a miniature handheld wireless diesel control stand throttle. The other two partners in the development of the throttle are Michael Peterson and Nathan Holmes of Iowa Scaled Engineering. Michael and Nathan are electrical engineers who reside in Colorado, while I'm a freelance graphic designer living in Iowa. Many people have asked why the throttle is marketed through a company called Iowa Scaled Engineering when two of its primary principals live in Colorado. That's easy to explain, as all three of us are natives to the great state of Iowa, and we all attended Iowa State University, but jobs led both Michael and Nathan to Colorado. In this session, I'd like to give you a short history of what inspired us to pursue the development, explain the features of the throttle, and provide a short demo of the throttle in action. We'll have a question and answer time after this presentation, so please feel free to ask anything you'd like because we would be more than happy to answer. So let's start. One might ask, why develop a control stand throttle as there are plenty of wonderful options available for precise control of our model locomotives? That's a fair question because indeed, there are many great throttles and DCC systems available which do a fantastic job. Here we see several brands of throttles currently on the market. From left to right, Digitrax, TCS, ESU, NCE, and even a mobile phone running a train driver app, to name a few. They are all more than capable of giving the operator a comfortable and fun-filled experience operating their trains. But there is one major issue with each of these devices. They don't emulate the prototype. Here we see a typical prototype EMD control stand. It includes a variety of interesting and unique controls specific to a properly functioning diesel locomotive. On the left we have two brake handles. Unfortunately, only the top handle is shown, which control the train and independent brakes. To the right, we can see a top lever, which is used for dynamic braking. Below that, another handle, which is the throttle. And again, below that, the reverser, or the directional lever for forward, neutral, and reverse. In addition, there are controls for the horn, bell, lights, auxiliary functions, gauges, etc. As you can see, this prototype control stand looks radically different from the control options we have as model railroaders. Now, one could build a control stand to operate their model engines as this ingenious individual did, but there's a lot going on here with operating a full-size control stand. Plus, I think this fellow is somewhat restricted in movement. I had always dreamed of operating my model trains prototypically, but like everyone else, I had no idea how to achieve such a monumental task. That is, until one day a number of years ago, I stumbled upon a YouTube video by a fellow named Bruce Turner. Bruce had taken an NCE throttle and superimposed a Rube Goldberg type diesel control stand over the top of the unit. Wow, there it was, a real-life miniature control stand. His throttle had a spring-loaded horn handle and a fully detented throttle handle to boot. It was just incredible. I about fell off my chair as I watched Bruce's two videos showing him operating his Soundtrax-equipped engines with a true working control stand. Right then, I decided I had to have a throttle like his. I had been bartering with Michael and Nathan for a while. I provided design services to help promote Iowa Scaled Engineering products, and they supplied me with custom electronics. After I saw Bruce's videos, I approached Michael asking if he would help me build a few control stand throttles based on Bruce's design. one for me, and perhaps they would want a couple as well. Michael agreed, and we started to make a list of components and discuss size and other fabrication issues. One unique thing we decided to do early on was blog about the whole experience on the Model Railroad Hobbyist Forum. We thought, why not include other modelers in on the development to both get their ideas and input, but also gauge the interest in case the throttle would become a viable product. As the development continued and we made changes based on our and other modelers' input, I created more refined illustrations of the throttle to show the progress. This all started in early spring of 2016, and by late summer of that year, we had initial printed circuit boards and the first crude machining completed. We decided to take the rough prototype to the St. Louis RPM meet to show prototype modelers what we were developing and see if there was enough interest to start to think in terms of a final product. Needless to say, we had a great response at the RPM, which encouraged us to keep going. Here you can see one of the early printed circuit boards with most of the final components in place. At the same time that Michael and Nathan were refining the electronics and programming, I was working with our machining company to refine the aluminum faceplate and handles. Now things were coming together. Here you can see the final configuration of the faceplate and handles, etc. We are proud of the fact that the protothrottle has been designed and fabricated exclusively within North America. This slide shows where the majority of components come from. Here's the throttle face again with each control named. Going clockwise from upper left, we have a large latched auxiliary button. To the right is a status light. Then we have a spring-loaded horn handle. Below those is the main LCD screen with 4 low-profile control push buttons. Below that is a fully detented throttle handle, which includes idle and all 8 notch positions, just like the prototype. Below and to the left is another latch button for the bell. Next to the bell is a fully detented 3-position reverser handle, just like the prototype. Below that is a resistive variable brake handle, where full left is disengaged and to the right is fully applied. Below that are 2 fully independent and robust light switches, which include positions for off, dim, bright, and bright with ditch. And finally, at the bottom is a machined opening for a lanyard attachment. The throttle's faceplate is anodized aluminum to give the look and feel of a real control stand. The protothrottle is wireless and uses 2 radio receivers called XBs, one inside the throttle and the second on either of our 2 receivers. Between the 2 receiver models, the throttle can interface with all the major DCC systems on the market. The XB radio modules are the company's Pro version and have a range of roughly 600 feet, more than enough for almost all model railroad applications. In addition, the radio signal has proven to work well on layouts with view blocks and wall separation. Users only need 1 receiver to operate up to 20 throttles. Here is our receiver for direct cab bus applications such as NCE, Lens, and DigiKeys, while our second receiver covers Wi-Fi applications for systems such as JMRI, MRC, Digitrax, and ESU. For proprietary systems such as Digitrax and MRC, users are required to purchase those companies' Wi-Fi modules in order to work with the protothrottle. I use the receiver for my NCE power cab system that I use on my layout, and here's a picture showing the receiver connected to the cab bus with the hammerhead throttle in the lower left. Setting up the system is straightforward, but does require users to pay particular attention to the specific steps we outline in our receiver manuals. We are happy to help any customer who runs into a problem. They simply need to contact us via our support email on the website. We also have a very active groups.io forum where active users are more than happy to help solve any setup issues that arise. There are also some very nice YouTube videos that outline the setup steps in detail. I'd like to share a couple of videos with you now. The first one is off of my layout under development, and it shows the protothrottle that has a compressed speed curve and is just running up and down the track and operating the lights. So I'll play that video now, and then afterwards I've got a second video from my good friend Tom Klamoski, who has a wonderful layout based on the Georgia Northeastern Railroad in Georgia. And that video shows how the protothrottle integrates into an operating session that I think many of you will enjoy seeing. So we'll play these two videos and go from there. Now we'll watch Tom Klamoski's Georgia Northeastern op session, and Tom puts together wonderful videos on his YouTube channel of his layout and how he operates it. And he, in addition, he also has a really nice personal website that you can access by just going to thomasklamoski.com. So enjoy the video, and afterwards we'll have a Q&A. Thank you so much for watching. One length. That'll do. Okay.
Ready.
Come back to about 8 car lengths. Check switches anyway. Yeah, actually stop just short of Dairy Queen, let's throw a switch. Yeah, gotta get off and throw a switch. You're not sticking a walk on there, do you? Of course. One car. That'll do anything there. Thank you. That'll do. Pin dropped. Come back 3 car lengths. About 5 cars. Brakes off. Pull back 4125. 10 cars. About 5 cars. Three cars. One car to a couple. 20 feet. That'll do anywhere near. Okay. Come back about half car. Got a box car load of bricks. Okay, that'll be good. In between 40 and 25. Okay.
What were your thoughts on the Proto Throttle?
Very intuitive once you work with it. Only takes about, I don't know, 3 or 4 minutes to get used to it in your hand. Controls are intuitive. Works great.
It fit in my hand better than I thought it would. The strap is a little tight on my fingers. Got to adjust the braking effort a little because you got to go way over and then you hit emergency a little too quickly. But that, Tom was saying, that's probably something to do with the decoder as well. Other than that, I enjoyed it.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Right, hopefully we're back live with the Proto Throttle team. Hope everyone enjoyed that video, and we will not be accepting any warranty for breaking anyone's speakers. You were all warned by Speed. Let me just make sure the desktop audio's on there. Just a second. We have Laggy Australia. Okay, cool. All right, I'll hand it over to Speed, who is going to question our team here from Proto Throttle.
So, Bob is not sure if he's too picky or not, but do you have to hold this in your right hand to have the best experience? Anybody? Scott? Nathan?
No, you can hold it in either hand. That's no problem.
Okay. Then what's with the weather look of that throttle?
Oh, that one is my personal throttle that I took the faceplate off. And since I'm on my layout, I run early EMD diesels. And a lot of those during that time frame had seafoam green interiors in the cabs, and so I wanted to simulate a seafoam green beat up interior. So I took it apart and painted it and beat it up and weathered it and sealed it and put it back on. And so you can do that with your proto throttle if you want.
I was gonna say, it turned out it was such a hit that Scott made two of them, one weathered seafoam green and one weathered black, that we auctioned off last year with all proceeds going to charity for Lionel's A Modeler's Life podcast. So we raised about, what was it, Michael, about 2,100?
Yeah, I think that was about right.
For cancer. Raised it
for cancer research or cancer care.
Yep.
Do first generation diesel modelers simply not use the ditch light option?
Yes, and we've had some questions in the past about that, if that slot could be blank, but we took a poll recently through our social media, and we determined that we're going to keep the ditch light engraving on there because the majority of modelers wanted it left, and we're not going to offer options to you can easily paint over it and create a blank space, and modelers can program whatever they want into that slot, into that light slot. For example, they could have a rotary beacon in that slot, or they could have a gyro light. Really, whatever they want to use, they can program in.
Someone just asked, is there an Alco version?
No, there's no Alco version. Sorry. We had to make a choice, and we based it on an EMD control stand, first generation.
So what's the best option for Wi-Fi app and NCE?
I'll let the electrical engineers answer that one.
What was the question again?
So if I have NCE, what would be the best way to get the proto throttle working?
Well, NC is a direct connection to the cab bus. So we have, as it showed in the video, we have two receivers. One covers direct connections, and the other one covers Wi-Fi. So NCE is a direct connection. So if I'm understanding correctly.
Yeah, the question was just what's the best option for Wi-Fi app in NCE? So
I honestly don't know. The few times I've used Wi-Fi with NCE, I just use JMRI to connect to the command station and then connect up to the JMRI computer. Although I know there's a company that's recently come out with a Wi-Fi option that plugs straight into the NCE cab bus. I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so since we're on the technical side, are these RF or Wi-Fi?
It's RF. It's called an 802.15.4 protocol, which a bunch of numbers there, but it's similar to Wi-Fi, but it's an industrial protocol meant for high noise, reliable transmission. They use them a lot for sensor networks, industrial control, and that was the main reason we chose these radios, because they just simply work in all conditions.
So can these throttles work simultaneously with other throttles? I would assume.
Speed, I didn't quite get that. You're breaking up.
Yeah.
Can you have other types of throttles working simultaneously with the proto throttle?
Oh yes, absolutely. The proto throttle on NC, one receiver consumes one cab bus slot. So you can use all your NCE throttles on all the other cab bus slots. Plus one of our receivers will, in theory, handle 26 throttles. Reality is once you get over about 4 to 6, depending on your operating pattern, you start to get a little lag. Digitrax, we connect to the LNWI or JMRI that's connected to the system. So you can use all your other throttles there as well.
So someone knows about the open source part of this. Maybe you want to explain that, or tell us if the XB proto throttle protocol is documented somewhere.
Yeah. Documented might be a bit of a stretch. All of the code for the throttle and the receivers is all open source. It's all published on Iowa Scaled Engineering's GitHub account. If anyone's interested in that, either join the Protothrottle list on groups.io or send us an email through our website, iascaled.com, and we can get you the details. But yeah, the protocol's all out there, and if you have any questions, we're more than happy to answer it. We've got a couple people already expanding on it.
Since it is battery operated, how long does it last before you need to recharge it or swap the battery?
Michael, you want to take that one?
I only got about half of it. It broke up there. What was the question?
How long does the battery last?
We've had people run multiple hours long operating sessions on a set of batteries. It's kind of hard to say because it depends on your operating style. If you're moving the controls all the time, it's transmitting all the time, so you may not get as much use out of it. But definitely a 3 to 4 hour operating session should be no problem. Like I said, we've had people do multiple sessions on a set of batteries. It does have a sleep mode, so when you're done with it, you can put it to sleep. And in that state, it should last an hour on the shelf just sitting there. Or not an hour, a year on the shelf just sitting there.
And can you use multiple throttles together in a layout?
Yeah. Yep. Each receiver, like Nathan said before, each receiver can handle technically 26 throttles, but practically probably 5 to 10, again, depending on your operating style. And if you go above that, you can add a second receiver and connect the additional throttles to that.
And do you guys know if you can use this throttle up to do a remote operating session?
Yeah, actually, there's a modeler in Canada, Pete Mulvaney. I think some of you are familiar with him. But yeah, during quarantine, he was doing remote operating sessions where users would have the throttle themselves. They would get video back from Pete's phone placed on the layout. And the throttle, if you use the ESU bridge, which is a bit of a misnomer, it can connect to Y-throttle servers like JMRI. So if you have the technical know-how to open ports in your house firewall and direct them to your JMRI server, you can connect across the internet. And he had people operating from Australia in his layout in Canada. So it does work.
It's awesome.
Okay.
Another great British guy who may live in Canada, and he's also great because he's a bill scaler. As well.
Okay, big question. Where do you buy one of these throttles?
You can buy them through our website, which is iascaled.com. Spring Creek Model Trains also carries them. So you can go either place and purchase them.
And two people ask if these are available in the UK.
Because of some additional testing that's required for both the UK and Europe, and as someone brought up, the UK's standards will be changing at the end of the year, so we don't know exactly what those will be yet. We have not been able to offer sales into Europe. There's some additional testing that we would need to do to be legal to sell there. The radio frequency is legal. The modules are certified. We don't have emissions problems that would prevent it. It's just that CE also requires some EMI and susceptibility testing that we haven't performed. So we can't ship directly to the UK or continental Europe at the moment. They are available for the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, because those we have done all the paperwork and regulatory work for.
Cool. Another big question, is there any plans for a Steam version?
For us, no, we're probably not going to tackle that, but there is a group in Australia who is working on it. You can find out more about that on the MRH forums.
Yeah, and one of the lead guys, his name's Mark Stafford, and I've talked to Mark. He's a very enthusiastic Steam modeler. And yeah, log on to MRH, like Michael said, and look up Mark, and you can dialogue with him. They're working very hard to develop a Steam version.
Cool. So the big question is, how many have you sold if you didn't sell 6?
We're at 550 some right now. I don't remember the exact number.
So we're getting,
How
we're
long
getting,
has this? Hang on. And how long has this been on the market to be at 550 something?
What has it been? Year and a
Couple years.
half?
Yeah.
Year and a half, I think.
Where's Lionel when you need him?
So how many do you think you're going to sell?
Yeah, Scott.
We're going to sell 6 with a couple zeros on it on the end.
At least.
Cool. Okay, and then someone asked if parts break, do you sell them separately or?
Well, Michael and Nathan are the repair team, and so they do a very good job of repairing anything. We have a year warranty on each throttle, but if anything breaks, we're a small cottage industry. We all have day jobs. We do this because we love it and or enjoy it, and we'll take care of you.
Cool.
That's the best we can say. We've tried our best to help out all our customers top notch. Michael and Nathan, do you have anything else to add?
No, some units were susceptible to cracking, so we've done a ton of warranty returns on those. And, you know, honestly, I don't care when you bought it. If you send it back to us, we'll get you fixed up and send it right out, no charge. Point on some of them, and it caused cracking that eventually would cause the brake handle to break. It gives me something to do while I'm quarantined in my house for months on end. Other than actually work on my layout, which that just can't happen.
You could have had that steam throttle done by now, and the alcohol version.
Well, let me put it this way: we all 3 of us enjoy good customer service, so we don't want to give bad customer service. We want to be good customer service.
Okay, one more question. Is this thing pretty much plug and play? When I buy it, I just plug it in and it goes?
Depends on your DCC system. With NCE and Lens, absolutely. You just plug in the receiver, turn the throttle on, and can start operating. The other receiver for Digitrax or JMRI requires a little configuration to tell it how to talk to the Wi-Fi network that it's connecting to. Typically, it isn't that difficult, but occasionally we'll run into some weird cases, and just contact us and we can step you through it.
And our groups.io forum is very active, and there are some really knowledgeable guys on the forum. And so if you become a member and you post a question, even a technical question.
I will note that while getting the throttle to work is usually pretty easy, it does also require some investment in programming your decoders, because decoder manufacturers are targeting normal throttles, you know, knob, a few function keys, that's it. The proto throttle uses it uses standard DCC speed and functions, but you know, to have a function assigned to the brake independently and set the brake rate such that it's prototypical requires some amount of programming. Independent headlights is something that every decoder manufacturer implements differently. So there is an investment in learning the decoders, learning the CVs, but like Scott mentioned, the group there is filled with users with all sorts of decoders and all sorts of knowledge, and they're usually very helpful about, hey, how do I program this decoder to do something?
So someone did ask, is the brake function part of the decoder or is it all in the throttle?
We depend upon the decoder for the brake functions, such that you can speed match a consist and get the brakes matched and everything else, rather than putting the physics into the throttle itself.
Okay, someone also asked, it looks quite big. Does it get uncomfortable after a long period?
No, and that the vast majority of our users, virtually all of them, have said that it's comfortable to hold. It is a little larger than a typical throttle, but we've incorporated a device that comes with the package. It's called a love handle. It's basically a very nice cell phone strap that you can buy for your cell phone, but we use it on the Proto Throttle. And you can stick it on the back of the box in whatever position. Yeah, there, Michael's showing it. And you only need to put your just past the first knuckle on one finger or two fingers like he's showing. And it allows you to hold the throttle very comfortably and securely. So that's an option.
And a light question on YouTube. Do you have recommended programming settings? I assume that's for the decoders.
Well, like
We
it was
do-
mentioned. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say we do have some examples online right now of how to program a certain locomotive, or at least a starting point. I have a few more we still need to write up, but and then also the Groups IO list, like Scott said, is a great resource if you have a particular decoder or locomotive and you want some recommendations on how to configure it. That's a great place to go, and people are willing to share their settings.
And we do on the Groups IO list, there's a file section within the menu where you can go and like myself and others have placed decoder settings in there, so you can download the file and reference those CVs and put them directly into your locomotive. You might have to tweak it a little bit, but it's a start.
Cool. So Nathan, if you could please go to YouTube. Andy is asking a whole bunch of specialized, take it all apart questions. So if you could answer those over there, because most of us don't really care about the ZigBee versus Z-Wave versus upside down. So guys,
Sure, I'll go have a look here.
For an awesome clinic and an exciting technology, and the order should be coming in as we speak.
We appreciate it, Speed. Thank you so much. And Gordy, thank you.
Yes, thank you. We much appreciate this.
No, thanks, guys. Don't disappear just yet. But we'll see everybody in when Gordy can actually manage to get the Australian computer to work. We'll see everybody again on July the 12th. For some reason, a horrible picture of Lionel has come up in shorts, which I guess is because Martin is awake and driving his computer against me. Oh, Martin. So we'll be back we'll be back on July the 12th with Gateway X soon. Keep tuned to all the NMRA social media channels. I promise the schedule will go out around the 1st of July for that. That'll be 7 days of this non-stop for 7 days. Well, we'll have a wee break, but 8 o'clock in the morning till 11 o'clock at night Eastern time. So that'll be great, and we'll have even more great content. Thank you everybody for joining us today. Thank you if you're watching one of these clinics at a later date on YouTube. All the clinics will be available in a week's time on YouTube as 1 hour segments. And as we've said before, please go along to daylightsales.net and use your NMRAX discount code, which is NMRAX20, and get 10% off some of our great merch. But thanks, guys. We'll catch you all again for a future clinic, I'm sure.